holistic development. Within this vibrant academic environment, our biotechnology, biochemistry, nutrition dietetics plays a vital role nurturing curiosity, strengthening concepts, and preparing students for higher studies, research, and industry. At the heart of our department lies experiential learning. Students gain extensive hands-on training through well-equipped laboratories, performing experiments with precision, accuracy, and scientific discipline. From basic laboratory techniques to advanced practical applications, students are trained in instrumentation handling, experimental design, data interpretation, and analytical thinking. Vivekananda Educational Institution's many colleges, one vision, strong foundation for lifelong learning.
Next, we will watch a short of insights of the Department of Video.
watch a short video about the conference highlighting its theme and key moments.
Dr. Sudhakar Natarajan. Dr. Sudhakar Natarajan is a scientist at the ICMR National Institute for Research in Tuberculosis, NIRT, Chennai, with extensive expertise in molecular biology, molecular virology, genomics, transcriptomics, and bioinformatics. He has over 15 years of research and academic experience, having previously served as a faculty member and as a postdoctoral fellow at the National Cancer Institute, USA. Dr. Natarajan is a principal investigator of several nationally funded projects supported by ICMR, DBT, DST, and SERB, with a strong focus on tuberculosis, emerging viral infections, cancer biology, and One Health approaches. He has published widely in high-impact international journals and holds a granted Indian patent in molecular diagnostics. We are privileged to have him with us today, and we warmly welcome Dr. Sudhakar Natarajan to this international conference.
Hi guys, do you have time for a few quick questions? I see you're having a lot of fun, but do you ever stop and think if what you do is sustainable? And do you know what sustainable development means? Sustainable development is to make the world a better place for everyone now without destroying the possibilities for the next generations. If you wonder if something is sustainable, you can ask yourself, can we do this over and over again forever?
So, what is sustainable development? Sustainable development is a critical approach. It's a way of using resources and managing economic growth in a manner that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs.
We stand at the intersection of nature's ancient code and the future of human ingenuity. Our current resource consumption is outstripping the Earth's ability to regenerate. Chemical runoff and industrial waste are delinking us from the natural cycles we depend on. Sustainable development is necessary because it ensures that today's innovations like higher crop yields or transgenic breakthroughs don't come at the cost of tomorrow's survival. From the food we eat to the medicine that heals us, our world faces challenges that require more than just solutions. They require evolution. Welcome to the International Conference on Biosciences Innovations for Global Sustainability in Health and Environment. Welcome to the future.
And we need you to be on board. Are you with us?
Join the brightest minds as we decode the mysteries of life, bridge the gap between lab and land, and pioneer the bioeconomy of tomorrow.
It's my proud privilege to greet all our dignitaries. I request our Research Director, Dr. R. Balagunathan Sir, ICBIGSHE Sir, Dr. B.T. Suresh Kumar Sir, and Principal Sir, Dr. V. Batmanabhan Sir to be on stage. And I welcome our Chief Guest, Dr. Sudhakar Natarajan and Dr. Krupakar Parthasarathy Sir, Dr. U. Shabila Bibi Ma'am, Dr. R. Balaji Sir, and Professor Every meaningful beginning starts with a moment of gratitude. Let us now begin this auspicious program with a prayer song. Seek the blessing of Almighty. Let us stand for prayer song.
To light the lamp.
Thank you all the dignitaries.
A warm welcome set the tone for meaningful exchange and learning. Now I invite Dr. S.G. Prabhaharan Sir, Head Department of Biotechnology, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. With the blessings of the Almighty and the blessings of our Honorable Chairman and Secretary, Sir, and Madam Chairman, and members of the Management Trust, CE, Sir, and our Executive Director, Sir, and respected Dr. R. Balakrishnan, Sir, Director Research. And I'm extremely happy to welcome the gathering in this wonderful occasion of International Conference on Biosciences Innovation for Global Sustainability in Health and Environment. It's my immense pleasure to welcome the chief guest of today's program, Dr. Sudhakar Natarajan, Sir, scientist, ICMR, NIRT. Welcome, sir. I am honored to welcome Dr. Krupakar Bhatsardi, Professor Research and Scientist, Center for Drug Development, Satyabama Deemed University. Welcome you, sir. I am honored to welcome Dr. R. Balaji, Lead HCL Tech Limited, Chennai. Welcome you, sir. I am honored to welcome Dr. Sabila Bevi, ma'am, from Sri Rajagiri College for Social Sciences, scientist from Kerala. Welcome you, ma'am. I am deeply honored to welcome today's guest of honor, our inspiration, our motivation, and our background of research, the Director of Research, Dr. R. Balaguranathan, sir. Welcome you, sir. And the person behind us, our Vias, Dr. Batmanaban, sir, Principal, Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women, the person behind our each and every activity of our college. Welcome you, sir. Without him, the bioscience will be lacking something. So, from the day one onwards, the person which keeps on motivating all the bioscience faculty members and all the faculties of our college, our director IQAC, Dr. B.T. Suresh Kumar, sir. Welcome you, sir. And it's my honor to welcome the head of the departments of biochemistry, Ms. J. Suguna, Ms. Dhanusha Devi, head of the department of nutrition dietetics, and Dr. R. Maithili, head of the department of microbiology, and heads of all the other departments of our college, and the faculties who are supposed to be here as a chairperson, invited from college, pharmacy college for Vivekananda Pharmacy College, and various faculty from other institutions, and above all, the chief participants from various colleges around the 8 districts of Tamil Nadu, the both genders, male and female candidates, who are eagerly tracing us for the last 2 weeks continuously to participate in this wonderful event. Welcome all the participants from other colleges. Welcome you all. And it's our honor to welcome our students of biotechnology, biochemistry, and nutrition dietetics, microbiology, and all the departments of our college. Welcome you all. I also welcome all the technical, teaching, and non-teaching faculties of our college and press persons who have come here to make this event a wonderful success. Once again, welcome you all. Thank you.
Honor is a reflection of gratitude for excellence and service. We now proceed to honor our esteemed chief guest as a mark of respect and appreciation for graciously being part of this program. We request Dr. R. Balagurunathan sir, our research director, Principal Dr. V. Batmanaban sir, IQAC Director Dr. B.T. Suresh Kumar sir, and our HODs to honor our chief guest. Now we request Principal Sir Dr. V. Padmanabhan and IQAC Director Sir B.T. Suresh Kumar Sir to honor our Research Director Dr. R. Balagurunathan Sir. Balaji Sir, sorry.
We request all the HODs to honor our Principal Dr. V. Padmanabhan Sir and IQAC Director B.T. Suresh Kumar Sir. Now it's time to release our International Conference souvenir. I request all the dignitaries and the dais to release the souvenir. I request all the students to give a big round of applause. Thank you, dignitaries.
Leadership inspires vision and vision shape the future. Now I invite Dr. Balagurunathan Sir, Research Director, Vivekananda Education Institution to deliver the presentation.
So good morning. Satate Kaname. Good morning. So respected chief guests for this international conference, Principal, IQAC Director, Head of the Departments, faculty members, participants from other institutions, Head of the Departments from other colleges, participants from our own sister concerns, my dear student friends. So before I go into the business of today's conference, I'd like to inform you that last 1 week, கொஞ்சம் அமைதியா இருக்கணுமா? So last 1 week, our college has conducted a very wonderful national integration camp for 7 days with 12 states of students from 12 states and our own Tamil Nadu students. Nearly 210 students have participated in the National Decoration Camp, and it was very fantastically arranged from day one, and it was ended yesterday. It was overwhelmed by all the participants and also the NSS coordinator, regional director, to honor the successful completion of this 7-day program. We should congratulate Dr. Batnavan and Dr. Suresh Kumar for arranging everything in a very wonderful manner. So on behalf of the management and institutions, I would like to honor them with a shawl. So today's guest speakers, Dr. Nararajan from NART, Dr. Kripa from Satyabama, Dr. Sabale from Kerala, and Dr. Balaji from Chennai. So they are the most versatile persons in this field, and they are the right persons to deliver the guest lectures in the international conference, particularly in the global sustainability innovations for health and environment. When we are talking about this conference theme, now the world is very challenging with antimicrobial resistance, biodiversity loss, climate action, and also emerging infectious diseases, and also food security. So all these 5 are concerned with our organizing departments, biotechnology, biochemistry, and nutrition dietetics. These are the main threats for the entire globe. And we are experiencing the changes in the climate action, and so many number of millions of deaths in the antimicrobial resistance, food security, not at all we are not secured with the foods, and also biodiversity loss. Each and every day, thousands and thousands of species are degraded from the environment, ecosystem. So what we are going to do this? That's the right title for the conference. So even though the India is having a very good research facilities, research infrastructure, and research funding, and we are doing the very basic research, somewhat advanced research. But this basic and somewhat advanced research should be translated into the translational research. Then only we can meet the challenges of these 5 major threats which is world is undergoing. As I informed earlier, India is having a very biggest number of publications through our research institutions. 55 lakhs of publications per year from all our research institutions. We are the 4th place in the publications in India, among the world. But at the same time, we are the 60th place in the quality of research. Publications அதிகமா இருக்குது, but quality கம்மியா இருக்கு. So this is the status. So we should improve the quality. The government is funding nearly thousands and thousands of crores for the research funding for all the areas, not only biological sciences, physical science, chemical science, nanoscience, aeroscience, space science, marine science, everything. But because of the expertise available, and also the facilities, infrastructure. We are still in need of the quality research. This should be met out through various measures. So that's what we are having the experts like this, and the students and research scholars to utilize these opportunities to go in collaboration with the experts, institutions, for making the every institution should possible with the quality research. So when we are talking about this, the government is also giving so many initiatives through the research funding, not only the research funding, special programs, National Mission for Biodiversity, National Mission for Climate Action, Swachh Bharat, Swachhta Bharat, Make in India, Startup India. So like this, all these are oriented towards the quality research for the institutions. At the same time, the research scholars' mind should increase involvement, dedication. So compared to 10 years or 20 years back, the research scholars are doing research in the evening 5 to night 11 or 12. Now the research is also restricted to 10 to 4. So by doing the research by 10 to 4, only 50% of the research can be attained with a 3 years period of PhD. So beyond the timing, beyond the work time, we should plan for the research. So we have a wonderful research infrastructure, and the research scholars should utilize. So I have made some 5 threads. How we can meet the challenges of these 5 threads. The government is also, and the researchers in the globally, they are forecasting 5 different areas. First one is the microbiome research. Where is microbiome? Microbiome is எங்க இருக்கு? Biome எங்க சொல்லுங்க பார்க்கலாம். So microbiome is always, it's a universal, wherever it is, whether it is a water or plant, animal, or the deserts or deep sea or space, even in our human body. For example, in our human body, we have cells. That cells are doing all the physiological activities. That means we have nearly 10 to the power of 6 cells in our body. 10, 6 zeros. எத்தனை கோடி வரும்னு பார்த்துங்க. But at the same time, in our body we have nearly 10 to the power of 8 biomes, microbiomes, microorganisms. That decides the everything in our body through the various physiological activities, whatever it is. We have nearly thousands and thousands of actions daily we are doing. Each and every activity is governed by a microbes that produces or secrete the enzymes or hormones that decides that particular action. So without microbes, our body cannot act. It's a recent findings and innovations. So not only for our side, the microbiome research is going in all the fields by deciding the body should act for particular diseases, diabetes or cancer or anything else. And also soil engineering. Soil engineering through the bacteria. So earlier we are putting fertilizers or chemical fertilizer like this. Now the chemical fertilized foods are not at all possible to export for any countries. So we need the harmless or the safe food. That will be only possible through the soil engineering, through the soil fertile microbes. Not only this, to remediate all this. So we need the microbiome research. Another area we need is bioremediation and conservation of biological sources. Now the entire our industries nearby Tiruchengodu, Erode, Tirupur are daily discharging so many thousands and thousands liters of contaminated water through the river stream. So it will also give the ill effect. So these are all to be remediated through the microbial biomass Not only this, recovery of the so many number of metals from the ores for a metals like all the metals, heavy metals, gold, silver, anything else through the bio-leaching, copper. So all these things we need the best microbes for the bio-leaching and recovery of the metals through biological process. Another area is smart farming. So the cultivation in the plants, even if it is a small change in the temperature, or small changes in the salinity, a small change in the water content, it will affect the crops. So we need the resilience in the crops, resilience crops that can grow even in the difficult conditions. So in our Tiruchengodu campus also, our agriculture engineering students are trying with the rice plant, which is growing without a water. For a rice plant, we need the daily water supply. But the students have tried with the Karpu Kavani rice. Only 1 week once they are putting the rice, and this is in a very good stage. That type of innovation they need from the student side also. Another area we need is the One Health policy, One Health. So we are doing research on the human health. Another area they are doing the animal health, and another area they are the environmental health and plant health. When we are doing all this research in one integrated form, that will be the success of the research. Why I am stressing this one is, we are also experiencing the COVID-19. So COVID-19 comes from the wild monkeys to the China, then it passes to this. So at present we have nearly 30,000 diseases. So out of 30,000 diseases, 65% are the infectious diseases. In the 65% infectious diseases, maximum number of bacteria or fungi are nearly 330 species only. 330 species of bacteria and fungi producing nearly 65% of the infectious diseases, virus. So of these, nearly 60 to 70% are from So when we are affecting the animal environment or animal health, it will affect the human health. When we are So this, if the environment is disturbed, it will also affect the human health. But we are doing research in separate areas, thereby we are having so many problems. If we are going for the single side of the research, which integrating all these things, that will be the success for everything. So another thing is the energy. So biological energy. So energy from the biological sources. So the recent UNDP report says that the fossil fuels will come only up to 2040. So another 14 years will be there. Otherwise, before that we have to find out the other sources, alternative sources. So now the research is going on the green energy, not only solar, wind or anything, but we need the energy from the biological sources, the hydrogen from biological sources, carbon sequestration from the biological side. Thereby we can need ethanol or biofuels from the biological sources. These are the areas we can understand to go in line for the future research. So all these 5 areas are very important for the innovations of sustainability in health and environment. So students should understand, so everything will be possible through the clear mind. So we should have a clear mind, clear vision to do the research. These are the platforms or forum. You can know what is going on in the world level through the expertise. They are invited for this kind of international conferences. So utilize these opportunities. The experts, NIRT expert, He is a well-versed person in the virology. Madam is also environmental side. And Balaji is a entrepreneurial side. And Dr. Kribar Pasardi, he was my first student in BSc, Sankara Arts and Science College in 2000. So at that time itself, he has very much interest in the research. He has completed the microbial genomics in Madurai Kamaraj. Then he went to National University of Singapore and postdoc in NTS, National Technology University. After he worked for several years, he came back to Satyabama University in a center which was newly established for Center for Drug Research and Development. He is leading the center with so many number of innovations in the research. So that type of students should come from our institution also. So take these experts as a models, role models for your research. And as pointed out, it's a very good topic and very good title. And I should congratulate the head of the departments of biotechnology, biochemistry and nutrition dietetics for selecting this topic and inviting a correct persons for this conference. And thank to Dr. Suresh Kumar and Dr. Batman for giving the permission to conduct the international conference in a very good manner. So I should congratulate the students of all the three departments and other sister departments for making this conference in a very wonderful manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your themeful presidential address. Now, I invite Dr. B.T. Suresh Kumar, sir, ICBIGSHE Director, Vivekanandha Arts and Science College for Women, to deliver the felicitation address.
The respected, the chief guest of the today national conference, Dr. Sudhagar Natarajan, Scientist, Department of Virology and Biotechnology, ICMR, National Institute of Research in Tuberculosis, Chennai. A keynote speaker, Dr. Kribaga Parthasarathi, Scientist, Center of Drug Discovery and Development, Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. And respected the special speaker, Dr. R. Balaji, the projector lead, DBS, a special economic zone, Chennai. The respected another special speaker, Dr. U. S. Sabila Bibai, Scientist E, the Division of Environmental Biotechnology and Department of Biosciences, Cochin, Kerala. Most respected, the Principal of Vivekananda Arts and Science College Women, the dynamic, Dr. V. Batmanadam, sir. Respected Head of the Department, Dr. S.G. Prabhakaran, Department of Biotechnology, and Suguna ma'am, Department of Biochemistry, and then the Nutrition Department, Dr. Dhanusha Devi is heading the department. The participants from the various colleges and university, office bearer, my beloved students, it's a very warm good morning to one and all gathered here. It is a great pleasure and pride, a moment for me. They stand over you. It is a great auspicious occasion. There is a national conference on. That is biosciences, innovation for global sustainability, health and environment. At present scenario, the bioscience innovation today, it is not a confined for a laboratory alone. They play as a transformative, a public health and as well as the environmental protection. Not only that, in biotechnology and pharmaceutical, agricultural, and ecosystem, a sustainability one. The integration of biosciences in modern technology, it's entering into the artificial intelligence and as well as the data science. It's not only the data science, but also there is a green chemistry. As a open, as a new horizon for achieving a global sustainability goals. This conference to provide its excellent platform, especially for the research scholars and academicians, the industry experts, the students, you had to exchange your ideas. The present, it is innovative research findings, collaborate towards a developing eco-friendly, ethical and sustainable health condition. Such academic deliberation, the essential to nurturing young minds and motivating them to contribute, it's a meaningful to the society one. I would like to a special felicitate the appreciate for the current keynote speakers. They are on the stage. The resource persons whose experts and as well as the insights will undoubtedly to inspire the entire participants to enrich your academic value of this conference. Your presence add the great significance and credibility to scholar gathering here. I also to commend a tireless effort. It's taken by the three departments. It is the biochemistry, biotechnology, and nutrition and dietetics. By especially the organizing secretaries, organizing team, and students volunteer, your dedication and teamwork to make this conference a great successful one. Let us this conference always to serve. It is a catalyst for innovating, for thinking, interdisciplinary research, as a responsible scientific advancement, ensuring the healthier planet and as well as the sustainable future for the generation to come. So once again, I congratulate all the organizers committee. I wish this conference a great successful one. Thank you very much, given an opportunity to share a few words in this gathering. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Words of appreciation inspire excellence and strengthen commitment. Now, I invite Dr. V. Batmanabhan sir, our principal, Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women, Sankagiri, to deliver the felicitation address.
Vanakkam. Vanakkam. Karka Kasadara. கற்பவை கற்றபின் நிற்க அதற்கு தக. திருவள்ளுவர் ஒரு நாள் சொல்லிட்டு போயிருக்காரு. இந்த குறள் கல்வி அதிகாரத்துல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் குறள் இல்லையா? கற்க கசடர கற்பவை கற்றபின் நிற்க அதற்கு தக. கற்க கற்க கற்பவை கற்க கற்றபின் கற்க 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 கற்பவை கற்க கற்றபின் கற்க கற்க நிற்க கற்க அதற்கு தக. எதுக்கு சார் இவ்வளோ கற்க? As mentioned, our Director Research, Dr. Balagunathan sir, biosciences, not only biosciences, in all the fields, maybe commerce or computing or other fields, the education is a continuous process. That's all. The education is continuous process and research is also continuous process. Sir, as you mentioned in your presidential address, the research will begin around 5 o'clock in the universities and it will go up to 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, even what not. maybe it goes up to maybe 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the next day morning. The researchers used to spend their time in the research lab, and they will involve themselves because the university guides and the people who are really involved in research, they are dedicated themselves for the research. They will not allow their wards to go to their home. They advised their wards to stay at their place, working place, and they have to do their research by own. But now is the biggest question mark among we put forward among this young generation. That is what I started with the Thiruvalluvar quote, Karka Kasadara Karpavai Katrabin Nirka Adarkataha. Nama padichikte irukonu, we should keep on learning. We don't want to restrict ourselves in our time limit like 10 to 4 or 10 to 5. இது நாளைக்கு ஃபியூச்சர்ல எந்த மாதிரியான என்விரான்மெண்ட் நம்ம கொண்டே சேர்க்கும் நமக்கு தெரியாது. So as pointed out by our research director and Thiruvalluvar, we should keep on engage ourselves in learning and research. On behalf of Sankagiri Vivekanandha Educational Institutions, Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women Sankagiri, as the principal of this institution, I once again extend my warmest welcome to our beloved mentor, guide, well-wisher, Dr. Balagunathan sir, Director Research, Vivekananda Educational Institutions, Tiruchengodu and Sankagiri, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais for this one-day international conference on biosciences sustainability. Here in our institution, Vivekananda Arts and Science College, I can say that Vivekananda Arts and Science College, I would like to remove the word women because we are in the process of converting our institution as co-education institution from the year 26-27, and this is the information to all the participants of other institutions, and we would like to see that the institution is going to enter into a new era like the co-education environment as expected by our students of Sankagiri Vivekananda Educational Institutions and Sankagiri Vivekananda Arts and Science College. And 26-27 academic year will be the maybe the co-education academic year. Just it is an information I would like to add here. And suppose if you ask me, sir, conferences and seminars are usually organizing by the institutions in and around all the educational institutions, but what's special in your institution? Suppose if you ask this question to me, I can spell out few features of our institution. Here we have introduced the activity-based component. The students can stay with us from 9:30 to 3 o'clock to engage themselves in only teaching learning processes, the classroom environment. We have restricted the class hours into 50 minutes, in which the 40 minutes will be the content deliberation through our faculty. The 10 minutes time will be given to the students to experiment themselves in the form of experimental learning, and they will be demonstrating their ideas in front of the forum. There, some discussion forums and panel discussions will happen. And 5 days, the 5 days from Monday to Friday, we have designed in a different way. Like the first day, evening 3 to 4 will be a kind of subject-based activity component will happen in all the departments, and Tuesday will be for entrepreneurship. There, the students' ideas will be the important component, and the students will be given opportunities to present their ideas in the forum. And the Wednesday is meant for the club activities, and Thursday is meant for competitive examinations, and Friday is meant for club activities of other. We have around 18 clubs, and all the club activities will happen in 2 days. So here we have a different formula than the other institutions. Here the students will be given more opportunities. They lead our institution, they execute the programs, and they design the programs, and they execute the programs. Maybe that is the conference or seminars or symposiums or cultural activities. Here the students will be given priority to design and execute all the actions and activities of Sankagiri Vivekananda Arts and Science College. with the magnanimous support rendered by our Honorable Chairman and Secretary Sir, Dr. M. Karunanidhi Sir, and all the management members of Vivekananda Educational Institutions, we are marching towards the new journey and new academic exercises and innovations inside our campus. And though I belong to the commerce background, but still I can able to spell out a few words about the sustainability here. As an academician or as the educators and as the professionals and as the human being, we are not meant for decorative. We are not meant for decorative. We are meant for, we are living to alive, to serve, to question, to create, to innovate, and to give back to this society. When we are leaving this earth, we need to give back some extraordinary things to our followers, to our society. I mean that as a commerce professor, I mean that this is the real sustainability in all streams. So we have to learn, we have to serve, we have to question, we have to live, and we have to give back some extraordinary things for the followers. I mean the society. Namma, na principal, dignitaries, faculties, students, இப்படி எந்த டைமென்ஷன்ல நம்ம இங்க இந்த சொசைட்டில இருந்தாலும் நம்ம இந்த சொசைட்டி இந்த எர்த்தை விட்டு வெளியில போகும்போது நம்ம லைஃப் முடிஞ்சு வெளியில போகும்போது நமக்கு பின்னாடி வர்ற சந்ததிகளுக்கு என்ன திருப்பி கொடுத்துட்டு போறோம், ஏதாவது ஒண்ண அவங்களுக்காக விட்டுட்டு போகணும், நல்ல குட் திங்ஸ் வந்து இங்க கொடுத்துட்டு போகணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி அப்படிங்கிறது என்னோட பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ. And thank you very much for the opportunity. My best wishes to all the participants who have come across from various institutions, especially the people who have come from KSR Arts and Science College. I think my students have come from there when I was there in KSR, and all the institutions, nearby institutions and surrounding institutions, and professors from different institutions who come out here to take part in this one-day international conference, and all the head of the departments, faculty friends, on all my dear students, especially with my special thanks and appreciation to the organizers, the Department of Biotechnology HODs, Biochemistry and Nutrition Dietetics HODs and faculty members, and all the people who have supported directly and indirectly to this one-day international conference organized by the Bioscience departments. Thank you very much. We shall give back to some extraordinary things to our society. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your felicitation address. It's my privilege to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Sudhakar Natarajan sir, scientist, ICMR, Chennai, a PhD scholar in molecular biology and oncology. He has over 2 decades of experience in molecular virology, genomics, bioinformatics, and One Health research. He is a patent holder, principal investigator of major ICMR fund. I dare to welcome Dr. V. Sudhakar Natarajan sir to give an inaugural address.
Respected management, executive members, respected Balagunathan sir, Director Research, Dr. Batmanabhan sir, Principal, Dr. Suresh Kumar sir, Director IQAC, Dr. Prabhakaran sir, Head Biotechnology, other distinguished guests who are sharing a dais with me, Dr. Krupakar, Dr. Balaji, and Dr. Sabila Bibi, distinguished faculty members, honored guests, and participants from Vivekananda College and from various institutions. Mrs. Sugna ma'am, Mr. Dhanusha Devi ma'am, Dr. Revati, all my dear students and participants from Vivekananda College of Arts and Science for Women, and also participants from various institutions. Good morning, one and all present here. It is a privilege to be part of the International Conference on Bioscience Innovations for Global Sustainability in Health and Environment. I extend my warm congratulations to Vivekananda Arts and Science College for organizing this conference that addresses one of the most pressing needs of our time, building a sustainable future through science. Today, the world faces interconnected challenges such as emerging diseases, environmental change, food security, and resource sustainability. These are not isolated problems. They remind us that human health, animal health, and environmental health are deeply interconnected. I sincerely appreciate the management and organizing committee for their vision and creating this opportunity for dialogue and learning. May this conference inspire partnerships, innovation, and shared commitment to sustainability. I'm impressed with the seminar with a huge number of abstracts from participants from Vivekananda College as well as from other nearby institutions. I wish the conference a great success and hope it contributes meaningfully to a healthier and more resilient future. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Next, it's my honor to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Krupakar Parthasarathi sir, scientist and professor at Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology. With over 20 years of research experience in infectious diseases and significant contributions to virology and drug discovery, we are proud to have him with us today. I am delighted to welcome Dr. Krupakar Parthasarathi sir to give a special address.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on what we have been doing for the past 20 years with respect to infectious disease, integrating One Health. Okay. So I take this opportunity to thank all the management people of Vivekananda, especially I have my guru here, Dr. Balaguru. So he has the tag guru in his name itself, because it's a proud moment for a student to sit in front of his mentor and talk his achievements, what he has done. So this is the platform for me. So this is very special because whenever they call me for a college, I say yes and I come here, because this is where I can tell. I was also one among you like 25 years back, sitting at the last row. I don't know what I'm going to do after my undergraduate or postgraduate. But today, I have reached to the maximum heights I can reach, and I'm, as I said, the principal was saying, serve to the society. So we are back to India to serve for our country. So our Prime Minister Modi has given in 2047 we are going to be the developed country. So we are proud. You are going to be the people who are going to take this forward. So today I'm going to give two options for you people to make how India as a developed country by using biotechnology. So please listen to what we are going to speak. And I take this opportunity to thank all the people who are in the dais and the future of the people who are sitting down in the chairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Dr. R. Balaji sir, project lead at HCL, a PhD holder from the University of Madras with strong expertise in biotechnology research and industry. We delight to welcome him for a special address. Please, sir.
அனைவருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம். Good morning to one and all present here. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, faculty members of Vivekananda Institution and other institution in and around Salem, It gives immense pleasure for me to serve as a resource person for this international conference. I just want to tell you a small story. A couple of weeks before, when Prabhakaran sir approached me, I said that I'm not an academician. Okay, so overall the speakers in the dais or academician, I'm an art person out. I'm not an academician. Then he said that, so we need a guidance from an industrial person where the students can think about their future. Like if they are in UG, you can just motivate them like what is the scope of doing the PG, and after doing the PG, what is the scope in research, or if not, if they want to go for a job, what are the opportunities are there for a life science graduates. Basically, I am a PhD in biotechnology and specialization in oncology. But the role and responsibility what I'm playing in HCL is, it's an IT domain, right? I work for clinical trial management system where the role and responsibility of life science graduates plays a crucial role. So maybe in another couple of hours, I'll be speaking about what are the opportunities, what are the roles and responsibilities, how we should design our career. Like if we want to go for a job or for higher education, anything else, we should plan it. Unless or until if you're not planning, then it's not going to happen within a day. So with this, I thank profusely the management and the faculty members of the organization for giving me a great opportunity to interact with you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Sabila B.V. Ma'am, a distinguished scientist at Rajagiri College of Social Sciences, Kerala, recognized among the top 2% of the world's most influential scientists by Stanford University. We welcome Dr. Sabila B.V. Ma'am for special address.
Vanakkam, good morning and namaskaram. It is my immense pleasure to be here as a resource person to deliver a insightful talk on related with the environment, how we can able to do sustainable developments in our nations and globally. So I would like to express my sincere thanks to the HOD of Biotechnology inviting me and all the management and principals, sir. Actually, you have selected a particular theme for the title of this conference. That is Bioscience Innovations. Innovations in Global Health and Sustainable Environment. This is really the needs of the hour. So you got a really special people as a resource person here. You have to listen all the speakers what they are going to deliver today and try to learn and try to interact. Especially my special request to the students, you should interact with the speakers. Then only you can able to get the ideas how you can able to go ahead, how you can able to do our future generations, what innovations in the area of bioscience. So in these few words, I would like to, I wish, because I just go through the abstract book, so I have seen a 210 oral presentation from the faculty and students, and this is not a small numbers. So I congratulate all the people, those who are participating here, and plus I have seen online participants, 50 plus. This is also a huge success of this conference. So I congratulate all the team who is worked behind for this conference and the management for making this event is a grand success. And I wish all the participants and the faculty members who came for attending this event all the best and good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Knowledge shared by experts light the path of learning. I now invite esteemed chief guest Dr. Sudhakar Natarajan sir to commence this technical session and share our valuable insights with us, sir. Please, sir.
It's refreshment time. Participants are...
Now we'll break for a moment, for 10 minutes. Okay, and then we'll continue with the technical sessions. Okay.
Institution stands as a renowned educational group, comprising a wide network of colleges in medicine, engineering, arts science, nursing, pharmacy, education, and allied health sciences. Guided by the visionary leadership of Prof. Vivekananda continues its mission of academic excellence and women empowerment. Among these institutions stands Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women, a center of higher learning dedicated to academic strength, discipline, and holistic development. Within this vibrant academic environment, our biotechnology, biochemistry, nutrition dietetics plays a vital role nurturing curiosity, strengthening concepts, and preparing students for higher studies, research, and industry. At the heart of our department lies experiential learning. Students gain extensive hands-on training through well-equipped laboratories, performing experiments with precision, accuracy, and scientific discipline. From basic laboratory techniques to advanced practical applications, students are trained in instrumentation handling, experimental design, data interpretation, and analytical thinking. Vivekananda Educational Institution's many colleges, one vision, strong foundation for lifelong learning.
A single vision transforming into multiple institutions, shaping thousands of futures.
Vivekananda Educational Institution stands as a renowned educational group, comprising a wide network of colleges.
பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் இது பிரேக் மட்டும்தான், ரெஃப்ரெஷ்மெண்ட் இப்போ கொடுக்க மாட்டோம், அப்புறம் தான் ரெஃப்ரெஷ்மெண்ட்.
Performing experiments with precision, accuracy, and scientific discipline. From basic laboratory techniques to advanced practical applications, students are trained in instrumentation handling, experimental design, data interpretation, and analytical thinking. Vivekananda Educational Institution's many colleges, one vision, strong foundation for lifelong learning.
A single vision transforming into multiple institutions, shaping thousands of futures.
Vivekananda Educational Institution stands as a renowned educational group, comprising a wide network of colleges in medicine, engineering, arts science, nursing, pharmacy, education, and allied health sciences. Guided by the visionary leadership of Prof. Vivekananda continues its mission of academic excellence and women empowerment. Among these institutions stands Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women, a center of higher learning dedicated to academic strength, discipline, and holistic development. Within this vibrant academic environment, our biotechnology, biochemistry, nutrition dietetics plays a vital role nurturing curiosity, strengthening concepts, and preparing students for higher studies, research, and industry. At the heart of our department lies experiential learning. Students gain extensive hands-on training through well-equipped laboratories, performing experiments with precision, accuracy, and scientific discipline. From basic laboratory techniques to advanced practical applications, students are trained in instrumentation handling, experimental design, data interpretation, and analytical thinking. Vivekananda Educational Institution's many colleges, one vision, strong foundation for lifelong learning.
A single vision transforming into multiple institutions, shaping thousands of futures.
Vivekananda Educational Institution stands as a renowned educational group, comprising a wide network of colleges in medicine, engineering, arts science, nursing, pharmacy, education, and allied health sciences. Guided by the visionary leadership of Prof. Vivekananda continues its mission of academic excellence and women empowerment. Among these institutions stands Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women, a center of higher learning dedicated to academic strength, discipline, and holistic development. Within this vibrant academic environment, our biotechnology, biochemistry, nutrition dietetics plays a vital role nurturing curiosity, strengthening concepts, and preparing students for higher studies, research, and industry. At the heart of our department lies experiential learning. Students gain extensive hands-on training through well-equipped laboratories, performing experiments with precision, accuracy, and scientific discipline. From basic laboratory techniques to advanced practical applications, students are trained in instrumentation handling, experimental design, data interpretation, and analytical thinking. Vivekananda Educational Institution's many colleges, one vision, strong foundation for lifelong learning.
A single vision transforming into multiple institutions, shaping thousands of futures.
Vivekananda Educational Institution stands as a renowned educational group, comprising a wide network of colleges in medicine, engineering, arts science, nursing, pharmacy, education, and allied health sciences. Guided by the visionary leadership of Prof. Vivekananda continues its mission of academic excellence and women empowerment. Among these institutions stands Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women, a center of higher learning dedicated to academic strength, discipline, and holistic development. Within this vibrant academic environment, our biotechnology, biochemistry, nutrition dietetics plays a vital role nurturing curiosity, strengthening concepts, and preparing students for higher studies, research, and industry. At the heart of our department lies experiential learning. Students gain extensive hands-on training through well-equipped laboratories, performing experiments with precision, accuracy, and scientific discipline. From basic laboratory techniques to advanced practical applications, students are trained in instrumentation handling, experimental design, data interpretation, and analytical thinking. Vivekananda Educational Institution's many colleges, one vision, strong foundation for lifelong learning.
A single vision transforming into multiple institutions, shaping thousands of futures.
Vivekananda Educational Institution stands as a renowned educational group, comprising a wide network of colleges in medicine, engineering, arts science, nursing, pharmacy, education, and allied health sciences. Guided by the visionary leadership of Prof. Vivekananda continues its mission of academic excellence and women empowerment. Among these institutions stands Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women, a center of higher learning dedicated to academic strength, discipline, and holistic development. Within this vibrant academic environment, our biotechnology, biochemistry, nutrition dietetics plays a vital role nurturing curiosity, strengthening concepts, and preparing students for higher studies, research, and industry. At the heart of our department lies experiential learning. Students gain extensive hands-on training through well-equipped laboratories, performing experiments with precision, accuracy, and scientific discipline. From basic laboratory techniques to advanced practical applications, students are trained in instrumentation handling, experimental design, data interpretation, and analytical thinking. Vivekananda Educational Institution's many colleges, one vision, strong foundation for lifelong learning.
A single vision transforming into multiple institutions, shaping thousands of futures.
Vivekananda Educational Institution stands as a renowned educational group, comprising a wide network of colleges in medicine, engineering, arts science, nursing, pharmacy, education, and allied health sciences. Guided by the visionary leadership of Prof. Vivekananda continues its mission of academic excellence and women empowerment. Among these institutions stands Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women, a center of higher learning dedicated to academic strength, discipline, and holistic development. Within this vibrant academic environment, our biotechnology, biochemistry, nutrition dietetics plays a vital role nurturing curiosity, strengthening concepts, and preparing students for higher studies, research, and industry. At the heart of our department lies experiential learning. Students gain extensive hands-on training through well-equipped laboratories, performing experiments with precision, accuracy, and scientific discipline. From basic laboratory techniques to advanced practical applications, students are trained in instrumentation handling, experimental design, data interpretation, and analytical thinking. Vivekananda Educational Institution's many colleges, one vision, strong foundation for lifelong learning.
A single vision transforming into multiple institutions, shaping thousands of futures.
Vivekananda Educational Institution stands as a renowned educational group, comprising a wide network of colleges in medicine, engineering, arts science, nursing, pharmacy, education.
Shall we start, sir? Good morning, one and all. So now I am presenting on bioscience innovations for global sustainability, lessons from emerging infections and One Health. Next. So global sustainability. So global sustainability concerning health and the environment involves comprehensive science-based strategies to avoid disease and safeguard ecosystem. That is the main aim of the sustainability. It requires a holistic forward-thinking strategy that directly connects environmental health, such as clean water, clean air and water, along with biodiversity, with human well-being. And also it addresses the challenges like climate change and pollution to lessen the impact of diseases. Next. So there are 17 World Sustainable Development Goals by stated by all United Nations member countries. The aim of the global goal is ultimately to provide peace and prosperity for people and the planet. So mainly we are focusing on the sustainability SDG goal 3, which focuses on good health and well-being. So this is the SDG logo, Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals are there. All are interconnected. Everyone is essential. We are focusing on good health and wellness. Next. So what is One Health? Before starting my talk, our principal sir himself gave an intro about One Health. So One Health is an interconnected and unifying approach of human health, animal health and environmental health. Before One Health, when we talk about health, probably we may give some preference to human health. For an example, in the situation of COVID, everyone is concerned about how many people were infected. Even our state level data and world level data globally, they were releasing how many people were infected with SARS-CoV-2 and they were COVID-19, and how many of them were hospitalized and like that. There were so much concern about the human health. But some importance was were given for animal health. Probably you might have seen in case of some zoos in Madras in Chennai. So this many animals were affected with the SARS-CoV-2, they have detected like that. Similarly, in parallel, in environment also, they have done some molecular epidemiology study. They were screening the wastewater samples, especially in urban areas. They have collected samples and they have monitored that sample and to detect any variation is present. For an example, the Omicron variant present in SARS-CoV-2, even though it was detected clinically even before that in advance, it was detected in environmental samples. But in many places, in general, they were working on solos. So human health, people will be working separately in both academia and institutes, and also in medical colleges or in advanced research institutes. One group will be working on human health. Another group, for an example, veterinary university or colleges and research institutions, agricultural institutions, they will be working on related to animals. For an example, here in this, in this district, especially the district of Salem and nearby Erode and Coimbatore is, you may know very well, this is one of the largest producers of, poultry. Lot of poultry farms are there. So especially the veterinary institutions, they will be working in solo related to animals and whatever emerging viral infections present in animals, they will be working separately. Similarly, in some institutions, they will be working on environment. So instead of that, there should be an unified approach. That's what, even Government of India, they also emphasize on One Health. They have started a One Health mission. So it should be integrated. We should not work in silos like separately animal health, human health and the environment. So a lot of importance is given to One Health. So that is an integration, that is an unifying approach. It recognizes the health of humans, domestic and wild animals, as well as plants and especially environment are closely linked, interconnected, and they are interdependent. Next. So we'll discuss about zoonotic infections. So zoonotic infections are infections that can spread naturally between animals and humans, or becoming a growing threat both globally and regionally. Especially you might have seen in case of COVID-19, zoonosis as a COVID-19 that are transmitted from, initially it was infected in animals and then it got transmitted to humans. Almost 75% of newly emerging infectious diseases are of zoonotic origin. And 60% of infectious diseases in humans are spread from animals to humans. So every year, millions of people and animals around the world suffer from zoonotic diseases. Next. So there are different transmission pathways and emergence of zoonotic infections. So pathogens can jump from animals to humans through direct contact or contaminated food or water, or sometimes like vectors like mosquitoes and ticks. especially when an animal is infected or when, actually a spillover can happen and it can spread from animal to human and it can cause a zoonotic disease. Similarly, in certain cases, infections can come from humans to animals in case of reverse zoonosis. And also from environment, if the food environment, water is contaminated or soil is contaminated from environment, also it can get transmitted from animals and then vice versa to humans. So there is interlinked. What are the drivers of emergence? The rise in zoonotic threats is often linked to increased human-animal interaction, and also it is caused due to the habitat destruction and the expansion of global travel and trade, as well as deforestation, and these are the reasons. Managing these diseases effectively requires a One Health strategy, that is a collaborative effort that integrates human, animal, and environmental health monitoring. So there should be a collaboration and coordination and communication between all this human health, animal health, and environmental health. Then only you can achieve the goal of One Health. Next, please. So there are different types of emerging zoonotic infections. Over 30 new human pathogens have been identified in the last decades. You may know very well about HIV infection, which got, and then Ebola, West Nile virus, SARS, MERS, influenza, Nipah virus, and very recently we have seen SARS-CoV-2 in case of COVID-19. So with 75% of this infections originating in animals and adapting to humans. So the infections can spread from wildlife as well as from livestock animals, and it can spread to humans. Similarly from humans also it can get transmitted to animals and also to the environment. Next. So the emerging infectious diseases, here there are different types. For an example, rabies, which can spread from dogs to humans, it can spread. Similarly, respiratory infections like avian influenza or Nipah virus can spread from animals and also SARS-CoV-2 and other from animals to humans. And then it can cause diseases, different type of diseases like SARS-CoV-2, rabies, and other, so many other diseases, Nipah virus and Zika and other arboviruses caused by mosquitoes such as Zika virus, dengue virus, chikungunya. This can be caused by arboviruses or derived from mosquitoes. So these interactions lead to emerging zoonotic diseases where a pathogen adapts from animal host and then it develops from animal host to infect human populations. Next slide. So there should be a One Health collaborative framework is required. The vast array of viruses that impact human health, ranging from common respiratory illnesses to several neurological diseases. For an example, these pathogens cause from gastrointestinal distress such as rotavirus to severe hemorrhagic or encephalitis like Nipah virus or JE, Japanese encephalitis, and West Nile viruses. Several significant diseases such as Zika, dengue, and chikungunya are transmitted via mosquitoes. So there is a collaborative action, and effective prevention requires constant communication, collaboration, and coordination. These are the 3 C's which are required across different disciplines to achieve the One Health approach. So collaboration, coordination, and communication, and that can, by capacity building, it can lead to the One Health approach. And also you can see it not only, it should be, there should be a bifurcation of rural, urban like that, and local, and it should act as a national level. Sometimes when you talk about some kind of a data, it can be derived only from urban or from national level. But instead of that, even till the rural area, it should be interconnected, and the data should come from rural, urban, from small cities to big cities at the national level, and then this data can be, all this should be integrated, and then regional level, at global level, we can get the data, and so that we can take decisions based on that. There should be a framework. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is a very good slide related to the global health equity. So what is meant by global health equity? Involves mutually beneficial and power balanced partnerships. In reality, in general, One gets more than what is needed, while the other gets less than what is needed. It is like rich become richer, poor becomes poorer. So what is meant by equality? So we assume that we want to balance them to give some kind of a support. Even though if you give some support at the equal level to every one of them, everyone benefits from the same support, but even though just it is an equality, but still they couldn't see the actual picture. So that's why we need an equity. So instead of equality, equality is giving support to, a common support to everyone. Like whoever gets it, whoever doesn't get it, so equal support is given. So whereas in equity, we have to, everyone gets the support they need, which produces equity. So that they, for an example, in the third picture, you can see the equity. One who doesn't need the support, we need not give. He can able to see the ground. Whereas the other one, actually, we give a support, and the other one, a small kid actually gives even much extended support is given. This is equity. Whereas actually, finally, we need justice, because there are barriers in that. If there are barriers, we cannot achieve the final goal. So that the barrier is removed here. All three can see the game without supports or accommodation, because the causes of the inequity was addressed. This is the basis of the global health equity. Involves mutually beneficial and power-balanced partnership and processes leading to equitable human and environmental products on a global scale. So this is the picture which we need equity, and finally the justice should be given by removing the barriers. Next slide, please. So this is an interesting story. This talk will not complete without showing this related to One Health. So there is a malaria outbreak which happened in Borneo. So the Borneo is in a small island in Indonesia, and also it is close to Malaysia. Then in 1950s, the initial problem was in Borneo, there was people have suffered from a severe malaria outbreak. So what happened? Then WHO unintentionally, they have not done with some intention, unintentionally, without knowing that, to control that malaria outbreak, what they have done, they have initiated a malaria control program by simply spraying large quantities of DDT. You know the pesticide DDT. DDT was sprayed in different places on the walls and under the roofs of house to kill the malaria-carrying mosquitoes. So the immediate effect of that is malaria was controlled. So that is a good thing. But they didn't understand, they didn't realize the consequences based on that. So what will happen if you simply spray the DDT all over the places, in houses and other land? If the DDT is sprayed, what happened after that? Within a short period, there is a lot of interconnectedness between human health, animal health, and the environmental health. This is a very good example of that. So what happened? The mosquito was. They thought that mosquito was the cause of malaria, so they decided to get rid of it by DDT without having any hesitation of the effect of DDT on which can harm other organisms. Next slide, please. And what happened? They started a campaign in Borneo to eradicate malaria. So because of they spray large amounts of DDT, it resulted in unintended consequences. Consequence number one. What happened in the houses in that particular island? The roof was damaged. What happened to that? DDT also killed the parasitic wasps. These wasps were controlled, touch and eating caterpillars, like lizards, which were controlled, the caterpillars, that controlled the eating caterpillars. The caterpillar population exploded due to the DDT. And village roofs were severely damaged. That's what the first consequence. Second, what happened to that? Jackals ate DDT contaminated insects. In general, lizards, they will eat the insects that got destroyed. So actually cats will eat those lizards. Insecticide accumulated through the food chain, so that many cats died. Due to the, since many cats have died, that resulted in so many number of rats were, they started, as predators, there were fewer rat predators. Rat population got increased rapidly. Rats spread diseases like plague and typhus. So imagine a small, whatever the DDT spray Actually, we have read in our textbook that it is an insecticide that will result in enter into the food chain and what type of consequences it can occur. But whereas really it has happened in Borneo, the next one, next slide please. So this is biomagnification of DDT use in Borneo that resulted in an operation cat drop. I will explain it in the next slide. So what happened, the DDT, the original purpose was used DDT to kill the mosquitoes that caused malaria. After that, DDT accumulation entered into the lizards, and the lizards once again eating the, the cats eating the, these lizards, cats population, cats were died, and also the parasitic wasps that were they were eliminated, and the overpopulation of caterpillars occurred. The caterpillars ate the roofs of the villages' houses and destroyed the villages' houses, and eating the more DDT accumulate in the cats that eventually killed the wild cats. And finally, once again, what they have decided to form an Operation Cat Drop. So in 1960 in Borneo, after the WHO's anti-malaria campaign killed mosquitoes and insect-eating lizards, village cats were poisoned, leading to a rat infestation. To solve the problem, the British Royal Air Force parachuted the live cats into the remote areas, successfully curbing the rats. It is not a fiction, it is a real story which has happened in Borneo. Next slide, please. So imagine, these are the Operation Cat. These cats were like in parachutes, they were... So WHO intervened to restore the ecological balance. Approximately 14,000 cats were parachuted into the region. So imagine these 14,000 cats were parachuted into the Borneo, live cats, into the island to fix the problem they have created. So the key takeaway message is a single intervention triggered ecological chain reactions. Solutions can create unexpected side effects because now only we have some kind of interconnected between human health, animal health, environmental. Slowly it is developing well, but without knowing the consequences, one action that resulted in so much consequences, and finally highlights the importance of system thinking and One Health approach. It gives a message that definitely we should also consider the environmental health, as well as there should be forum. We should discuss what will happen when action is taken. So this is a cat drop, Operation Cat Drop. This was a real thing which was happened in Borneo. Next slide, please. So bioscience innovation linked to One Health. There are different type of innovations are there. To name a few, genomic pathogen surveillance. Based on this, we can track viruses and bacteria across humans, livestock and wildlife to detect spillover early. For an example, you are in a place like in Salem district, Salem, Erode and Coimbatore, they are largest number of and one of the highest number of this poultry producers are there. When the poultry is infected, what will happen? If immediate action, if it is not taken, it may spread to environment as well as to humans. So wastewater epidemiology is another approach which can monitor community level infections and also antimicrobial resistance. And now there are different type of point of care molecular diagnostic devices are also in development for field detection of zoonotic pathogens, and also integrated One Health data platforms. It is slowly developing, and only at the national level this type of platforms are there, and also at the district level to some extent they are giving data to the national level, and slowly we expect that to increase to every urban and rural places. This kind of data platforms may be available, and cross-species vaccination strategies may be possible. So nowadays we are focusing, when there is a vaccine, we are focusing one vaccine especially for humans and one for animals. Instead of that, there is a possibility that one vaccine can complement both for humans and animals. We can co-develop vaccines. That is possible based on One Health approach. Next slide, please. So now, this is an important thing which is related to you, like a bird flu infection, avian influenza virus. In the influenza virus, there are different types, influenza A, B, and this avian influenza is a type of influenza A virus infection, that is H5N1. It is a subtype of influenza A virus that causes severe respiratory disease in birds, known as avian influenza or bird flu. Virus has affected birds in over 80 countries, resulting in mass culling of poultry and wild birds. It has now begun infecting mammals also, including seals, sea lions, and marine mammals. Not only that, humans rarely contact bird flu. Those are at risk. Typically, individuals who have extensive contact with infected birds or poultry farms. Bird flu first broke out in Maharashtra in 2006 in India. After that, the H5N1 virus led to the culling of millions of poultry so as to contain the virus. But it has resurfaced from time to time. So the direct contact with animals, especially birds or poultry, and when the birds are infected, it can contaminate the surfaces, as well as the close contact with the animal handler, it can spread to humans. And the bird flu, once it is infected, and it can spread the disease, and it can cause a severe respiratory disease. Next slide, please. How bird flu spread to humans? So a clade in biology is a group of organisms that consists of a common ancestor and all of its descendants. For an example, in HIV, there are different clades are there. HIV clade B, clade C. In India, the common clade of HIV, human immunodeficiency virus, is clade C. Similarly, here, H5N1, clade 2.344b is a particular clade which is circulating influenza A virus across the species barriers and infect humans and spread from one animal to another. There are different types are there. H1N1 is like a pandemic virus, what we had seen in 2008 swine flu, that is a H1N1, PDM09, pandemic 09. Similarly, H5N1 is a virus which causes bird flu. These have been 64 confirmed human cases of H5N1, this particular clade, as of December 2024. So what it does, it infects the cells in the respiratory epithelium of the upper respiratory tract as well as the lower respiratory tract, and it causes severe respiratory disease and pneumonia. Next slide, please. So avian influenza, probably you might have seen in the newspapers and media. Recently in Chennai, especially in some areas, periodic deaths of wild birds, including crows, triggered public concern. Laboratory testing at the NISHAD, National Institute for High Security of Animal Diseases in Nagpur, they have tested that bird sample sent from Chennai, from corporation and other animal husbandry department. They have sent the samples, and it showed that confirmed the avian influenza virus in affected birds. Wild birds act as sentinels, indicating circulation of the virus in the environment. So that definitely it needs some kind of surveillance. Testing of bird carcasses and monitoring unusual mortality. So far, there is no human, reported cases were so far not reported in Chennai or in any other district in Tamil Nadu. Animal health protection, increased vigilance in poultry farms is required, especially for you. In your case also, in nearby in your residence, if there are any poultry farms, or if you notice any kind of some kind of death in animals or any birds or in poultry farms, if you notice, it is our duty to inform this to the Animal Husbandry Department as well as to the Public Health Directorate of Public Health Department to take action. So human health monitoring, advisory guidance for safe handling and reporting has been followed. Intersectoral coordination, collaboration among veterinary, municipal and health authorities. They have been monitoring, to stop this and to prevent any kind of further, infection from this kind of avian influenza from birds to humans or to spill over to environment. Next slide, please. So genomic surveillance, mainly it is sequencing, whole genome sequencing of the particular viral samples. In our in NIRT, National Institute for Research in Tuberculosis, we have a funded project funded by ICMR under PM ABIM scheme to work on surveillance of emerging zoonotic viral infections in animal farms in Tiruvallur district based on One Health approach. We have been collecting animal nasopharyngeal swab samples from animals, livestock animals like cattle, buffalo, sheep and goat, And periodically we are testing those samples for respiratory pathogens like influenza A, B, SARS-CoV-2 and avian influenza, as well as we are testing animal handlers for them a panel of viruses, of respiratory viruses like influenza A, B, SARS-CoV-2. Apart from that, human metapneumovirus and para-influenza virus and avian influenza virus like that. And similarly, we collect environmental samples, but we are doing some optimization to study, and we have some difficulty in extracting viral RNA from the environmental sample, and we are doing some standardization studies, and we are working on it. So definitely, if you sequence that whole sequencing of the positive samples, it can show what is the particular virus, and also if there is any mutations or variations are present in the sequence, RNA sequence, or if it is a viral RNA sequence, it can we can take we can develop targeted drugs or therapies, and vaccines can be developed based on that. So there is an integrated approach is needed. So the data from microbiological, epidemiological and pathogen level, they are sequenced from environment, animals as well as from humans. Next slide please. So wastewater based disease surveillance, this is after COVID, it becomes an important area, and there are many institutions they are studying on that based on the wastewater based epidemiology, especially in urban wastewater system. The wastewater from that is collected from wastewater sludge, and from the wastewater treatment plant. Before treatment, the samples are collected and analysis is done, and monitoring of that particular different type of viruses, and if there are any variants, they are monitored based on the wastewater based disease surveillance. Next slide please. So similar to that, CSIR has done a lot of work related to that from public places and human quarantine centers during COVID. From healthcare facilities, they have collected COVID-19 samples. They were monitoring what type of variants were developing, and particular variants they were monitored in the wastewater samples. This is called wastewater based epidemiology. Next slide please. So there the last but one, the slide is Vikshit Bharat. What is Vikshit Bharat is our government of India, the motto is imagining a developed India, developed country, a pathway to a developed country. So our government of India, they target that 2047, it should be like a developed country. So for that, they integrate the power of youth, poor, farmers and women. All of them, they are in, key bioscience innovations are based on agriculture, biotechnology and food security, bio-AI, and sir will be explaining next to me about the bio-AI and health research and green energy, how this can be utilized. And connecting bioscience with Vikshit Bharat framework is mainly it can be achieved by the collaboration of the ecosystem of science and technology and investment in R&D by the government and circular economy initiatives, that is waste to wealth. Next slide please. So I thank the organizers for giving the opportunity. Thank you one and all for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Participants, if you have any doubts or questions, kindly free to ask our chief guest.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Nice talk, sir.
Dear participants, those participants who are going to present papers for e-posted presentation, please come front. E-posted presentation from other colleges. E-posted presentation candidates who are asked to come out. You will be taken by the students. Those who are presenting papers, e-posted presentation, anyone is here? Okay. Oral presentation, any candidates for oral presentation? Students of oral presentation. No one is here? எந்திரிக்கு முன்னாடி வாங்க அங்கே பக்கத்துல போங்க. Please, Ms. Trisha will be taking you to the oral presentation arena. Oral presenting students. Sudama அப்படியே இது பண்ணுங்க students. Oral presentation students, please come front. You go with Miss Trisha, stay back and take them. Oral presenting students, come front, come this way. Students of oral presentation, please come front. Please assemble in front in the dining hall. You will be taken by your students to the venue. Please come forward. Any students of oral presentation, please come forward. Any students of oral presentation, you will be taken to the venue now. By your students. Students of oral presentation, please come forward. Okay. E-poster presentation, please move to the dining hall. Others, please come forward. Don't leave any places. Thank you. Thanks.
Advancements begins with knowledge is shared. Now, we move to the next session on the topic of AI-driven decision support system for industrial excellence. I warmly invite Dr. Krupakaran Parthasathi sir, scientist, Center for Drug Discovery and Development. I welcome you, sir, for the session.
Okay, fine, it's okay. Point round up.
Sir. Dinesh, என்ன இப்படி இருக்கீங்க? உட்கார வைங்க. இடையில இப்படி தான் டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறதா?
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாமா சார்? Good morning to one and all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share some of the research works we have been doing with aligning with the sustainability of healthcare and environment. So my talk will be today is on artificial intelligence driven bio-innovations for global health and environment sustainability. Although the title looks very long, there are some real life facts I'm going to share. Maybe I don't take more than 30 minutes. I'm going to share some of the real life works that we have been doing for the past 20 years related to environment, health and animals. So sir, I want to thank the first speaker for putting a very good platform for One Health and especially on zoonotic disease. So it has really saved my lot of my time. So without taking much time, I will go to the next few slides where I'm going to share about some of the basic things and also advanced things. Okay, next slide. Yeah, my topic is divided into first, what is the future of bioscience? Do we have a future? That's my first question. Second thing is One Health perspective. Sir has already given good fundamentals about it. And how we are going to go for the next 30 to 40 years for the developed India. So there are two things which I wanted to share is completely, one is on Bio E3 policy and other one is Bio AI and what are the applications of Bio AI and what we are doing. This is what I'm going to share for this next 25 minutes. And I want the people, the next future generations to be alert for next 20 minutes. There are a few keywords that I'm going to share. Please take these keywords to your home because this is going to be the future of our country. Okay? Please, next. Yes. Do we have a future for bioscience? Do you think, do you have a future for bioscience? Do you think, do you have future for bioscience? Yes or no? Okay, good. Yes, definitely we are going to have. So what are the futures? One is, the next speaker is going to talk about AI, but right now I will talk about AI, and I added two other things which will support me. One is synthetic biology and global preparedness. These are the three things which is going to be the future for bioscience. Okay, AI I will put as bio AI. Okay, I'm not going to talk about computer related AI. This is going to be bio AI because we have predicted that bio AI is going to take to the future. Especially, there are 4 domains in it: bio threat detection, AI driven surveillance platforms, which sir was just now talking about it, vaccine development, CRISPR and gene editing. This is going to be the future for bioscience. Okay, next. Yeah, in a nutshell, sir was talking a lot of things. So this will tell about, for the past 20 years, we had lot of infections. Don't worry, in future also we will have lot of outcomes like this. Okay, we cannot able to control it. So there is a future for everybody. So there are a lot of viral disease, bacterial disease and arboviral and zoonotic disease. These are the, for the past 20 years, the outcomes. You all know about SARS coronavirus, right? Where did SARS emerge? Because that is my area of research. So I want to know how much you people know about SARS, because we have been in pandemic for locked in for 2 years. Where does corona start? Does anybody know? Where does coronavirus start its infection? Does anybody know? Because this is very important for our conference theme, because we are talking about One Health. Does anybody know? Okay, I put in a different way. Whoever is going to answer, you will get a job in my lab immediately. I'm putting an open offer. Where was the infection coronavirus started? Anybody, if you could answer this question, I will give an immediate offer letter for 35,000 in my lab. Any open challenge? Oh, you don't want 35,000? No. China coronavirus started only in 2019. When you look at the history of, does anybody have answer? Does anybody have answer? See, we have been locked in for 2 years because of this corona, but we don't know what is the history of it. If we don't know our history, we can't do anything in our life, okay? Try to know our history, whether it is Tamil, doesn't matter, disease, doesn't matter. Please know our history, okay? So coronavirus was first found in chickens in 1950s. Chicken. This is a virus which was infecting the poultry industry in 1950. So in 1950, this was infecting chickens. Sir has now given a hint. Last week, I don't know how many of you people, last week we found dead crows in Chennai. So this tells that the future, I think already we know that the human influenza is there, but the same way in 1950s, the coronavirus infected the chickens. It was the problem of the poultry industry. Slowly the virus adapted itself to infect humans, and the first coronavirus reported in human is in 2003. If you look at the history, 2003 is where the first coronavirus was reported in humans, not in India, it was in China. And then after that infection, it was a epidemic. And 2014, there was another infection called Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. Again, it was again a coronavirus which is infecting animals. From the animals, it spread to humans. And 2019 is what we have experienced. So if anybody thinks that coronavirus suddenly jumps, it came in one day to humans, forget about it. It has been slowly transmitting from animals to humans, and it became very deadly disease in 2019. The same way, there are so many outbreaks, there are so many viruses. Does anybody know how many viruses a bat is having by itself? Because if you know the reservoir for coronavirus, we have found that it is a bat. If you look at the virome of a bat, we can find that there are more than 200 different viruses in bat. The same way, if you look at a mosquito virome, there are more than about 40 different viruses you can find in a mosquito. So then you think about how much potential of virus disease is going to come in the future. That is why our government is focusing towards how to prevent if there is going to be a great pandemic in future. That is very important, as I mentioned. So please understand the emerging infectious diseases. Okay, next slide. Okay, a small thing on how it comes from humans, from animals to humans. And also it is not only from the wild animals, it is also from some of the animals which we are co-living with it. One example I wanted to give here, sir actually in his talk he pointed one thing, what happened in Arinjaranna Zoo. Does anybody know what happened during COVID time in Arinjaranna Zoo? Does anybody know about this? Do you all know Arinjaranna Zoo in Chennai? Okay. So maybe then if you don't know this, then you might not know this. There were about 12 lions consecutively died during this corona period. This comes under, this zoo comes under an IAS officer. My student was working with that IAS officer. We didn't know what is happening exactly there. When their third lion was dying, we had a suspicion this might be a potential corona. As sir was saying, we don't have research labs to test the specimens for animal samples in Tamil Nadu. We have to send to Nagpur. And do you think, can you imagine how can you take a nasal swab for a lion? For a human you can take. Think about how can you take a nasal swab for a lion? Okay? Okay, that's where they called us, okay, sir, we are having a problem like this. Then we went based on the experiences we had in the first corona, which started in 2003 and 2013 was the second. In 2003, it started from China, it spread to Singapore and a few countries. We could, based on the epidemiology and the data, we could work out where was the starting period. And similarly in MERS, MERS is Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, where the virus spread from a bat. The bat feces fall into a water which is kept for a camel, and the camel drank this water, and the camel infected with coronavirus, and from the camel this spread to the caretakers of the camel. That is how it spread. The similar thing was happening here, but it was vice versa. Vice versa, where these lions were drinking the water from a tree where there were fruit-eating bats were there. The feces were drank by this, the water which contained the feces of these bats which had the viruses was drunk by this lion. They got the coronavirus and they died. Because what I'm coming to say is this interrelation is very much connected. Okay, you have to understand. So don't think pet animals. We have worked on a lot of pet animals who are transmitting a lot of zoonotic viruses, including the dogs and cats. Okay, next. This animal viruses really matters. Okay, these are the major sources of emerging human diseases. They have severe economic impact. One example is coronavirus. But if you look at poultry industry, if there is going to be a virus infection, they have to eradicate all the animals in that farm. Similarly, in any farm, if there is going to be a virus, they have to clearly eradicate everything. It's a severe economic impact. Okay, so what we wanted to work on is early warning system for the future pandemics. Okay, early warning. How can you do that? It can be done through surveillance, integrated surveillance. Maybe now I will add one more word: AI-based surveillance. Okay, if I have a camera in a farm where it can detect what kind of based on the physiological observation, if one animal can be detect, okay, we can save the whole farm. Okay, which we are working with the help of AI. So animal viruses doesn't suddenly appear in humans. Keep this in your mind. They evolve quietly, adapt efficiently, and signal early if you are willing to observe. Okay, so it is very important. We have to observe them so that we can stop the future pandemics. Next. Yes, I am not going into deep of what we have been doing for the past 20 years. One thing is I wanted to, these are some of our funded projects from the Government of India, where we are trying to understand what all the new mutations can emerge in the coronavirus in future, and can we design molecules which can prevent it, or can we go for design of potential vaccines which can prevent the new strains of coronavirus. These are all some of our works. We have extensively worked on the interlinkages between how coronavirus is spreading in the animals, and from animals to humans, from humans to humans, and especially how human can transmit virus to some of the animals. So these are all some of the areas that we are working on. Okay, next. Yes, second thing, I'm going to talk about a little bit on mosquitoes. How dengue is caused? By mosquitoes. Am I right? Yes or no? Yes? Do you know how many species of mosquito exhibits in our country or in our state? Sir was explaining the impact of using DDT in his slide. Because we cannot kill all the mosquitoes what we have in our things. Only 3 to 5 of the mosquitoes has the potential to transmit disease. But we have more than 2,000 different species of mosquitoes in the world. In India, we have more than 200 species of mosquitoes. Can we kill all the mosquitoes just that 3 or 5 mosquitoes are spreading the disease? Can we do that? Okay. But because of our, our selfishness, we are killing all the mosquitoes, which is not good from a ecology perspective. This is not good. Okay. So then, how these mosquitoes are adapting? Because one problem is 5 of them, but slowly all the mosquitoes are now getting the adaptability to transfer the viruses. Okay, that is one of the area that we are exploring. This is because of the 3 questions we had. Okay, initially the mosquito lifetime was only 28 days, but now it has changed to 42 days. Does anybody know that? First thing. Second thing, because of the global warming, okay, because of the global warming, these mosquitoes have, spread it to many places. Okay. Third thing, mosquitoes were propagating only in clean waters 25 years back. But now they started to multiply in sewage water as well as salt water. Is it a good thing? Is it a good thing or bad thing? Why? If the mosquito can multiply in the salt water, it can multiply anywhere in our seas. We are surrounded by 3 different seas, right? In Tamil Nadu or South India. There is a direct correlation between the number of dengue cases and the seashore. This is one of our recent report from our project. Post-tsunami, these mosquitoes has adapted themselves to grow in saline water, multiply in saline water, and they have caused a lot of disease over the seashore. It means the persons who are on the nearby the seas has a lot of chances to get infected with mosquitoes. This is our very recent research we have published. Okay, next. So this what I'm going to say, there is a very direct correlation between the environment, the animal, and the human health. Okay, next. Okay, this is one example. Okay, we are trying to see how the mosquito is getting adapted. That is where we are using AI technology to understand how the mosquito was previously 20 years back, how is it now, how it is going to be in the next 15 to 20 years. This is what we are doing in one of our projects. Okay, next. And this is a new lab which we have established with the support of ICMR, where we are not only doing research only for the government agency. Actually this work was started one of my undergraduate student. She wanted to do some mosquito larvicidal work. Because of the communication and the questions thrown by the student, this slowly led to a small project work, and the project work has taken to a big questions, and the questions we are addressing now. What I'm coming to say, research is not only for scientists. This is the example where a small undergraduate student came with a project. We worked on the project. Slowly we asked many questions. We have developed this into a big project, and we have got the big project, and we are working with the AI. Okay. Next. As same, we are also focusing on the microbiome activities, identifying microbiomes from the bats. As I said, they are the reservoirs for viruses, for fruit-eating bats, because the behavior of the bats is very different. If they have a fruit-eating, their viral microbiome is different. When it's going to eat some other food, it is going to be different. We are trying to analyze what kind of bats are present in our country, and what kind of food they are eating, and what kind of virums they are, and with the sequence, that's where we are coming to, that the quantum of, in a microbiome analysis, the quantum of data that we are getting is huge. We cannot, analyze by ourselves. We need to have high processing machines and also a lot of, ML techniques to understand what is this sequence meaning? What is this presence of virus in this bat means? These are all the questions we are trying to address. We have started to address. So maybe in another few years, we will be getting answers for it. Okay. And the same thing, we are also trying to understand what kind of viruses present in the marine environment surrounding our South India. So we have a very big project funded by Ministry of Earth Science. We are trying to understand the virome species, different virome species in and around Tamil Nadu, to understand how this, because all viruses are not bad. Okay. There are very good viruses present in marine where these are phages which are helping in the shunting of the organic material in the sea. They are very much helpful for the environment. Okay, we are also studying on those aspects. It's not only that virus. If you think virus, they are dangerous. There are viruses present in the sea which are really, really helpful. They are working as degraders, like the bacteria does. Viruses also does that. Okay. Next. And one of the novel technique we have developed with the IT is to understand based on images. Say you put a camera on a farm and see automated. Okay, it takes some time, but if you look at the poultry, if there is one or two animals falling down or anything like that, then you can try to understand based on the images, can we capture that and see is that farm is affected with any viruses, and then immediately you can try to go for remedial activities, because you cannot keep on watching for it. But if you have trained using, there are many tools for that to train. If in this area, if so many chickens are living, if any of the chicken is showing a different behavior, can it be tested immediately? There is no human intervention in this. It's just only imaging intervention. Okay. Next. Yes, that is where One Health perspective comes into play. One Health perspectives and India's Bio3 policies are highly synergistic. I'm going to, in the next two slides, I will be focusing a bit on Bio-E3 policy, because One Health, sir has already spoke. Both aiming to address complex interconnected challenges involving humans, animals and environment through holistic collaborations and biotechnology-based innovation. The last one, what I was telling, is a biotechnology-based innovation where there is a marriage between biology and computer science. Okay, they were doing image analysis or feature extraction, but we wanted to do for a biological thing. Okay, so that's what is going to happen, and we think this is going to be the future. Okay, next. Yes, a little bit. I don't belong to any political party. Okay, I'm talking for my country. Okay, this Bio-E3 stands for biotechnology for economy, environment and empowerment. Sir, what is the correlation between biotechnology, economy? Can anybody tell me? Can anyone tell me how biotechnology and economy is connected? Do you know what is a policy first? Because I said it is a policy. Bio-E3 is a policy. Does anybody what is a policy? Please note it down. Go and read. Okay. So the next future for India in 2047 is going to be brought by biotechnology. Okay, take these words. Okay, how? Because we have transformed from education, because India, the number of educated people is quite high, the number of research institutes and the research outcomes is huge, and now we are focusing on innovation. how can we capitalize on our economy of our India. Okay, one example, what I'm going to give here is the number of biotech startups in 2014 is just 50, whereas in 2023 it was 8,531. 2025 it has doubled. What does this mean? So whatever the research what we have done has been transforming to startup companies related to, this is just only biotechnology, okay? I'm not talking about any other sector, it is just biotechnology, okay? So it is getting increasing. So the potential of the research outcomes have started come out in India. When there is going to be a startups increasing in a country, that country is going to develop, okay? Next, there are, I think the 6 areas have been very well explained by Dr. Balagurunathan. I'm not going into deep into it. You can go and look at this Bio E3 website. You will get a lot of insights on it. Okay, next. The 6 areas, a little bit highlighting on why we need this. There is a public-private partnership. Because initially sir was telling we are working on groups, but now the government encourages go for public-private partnership, which we have, when you look at sir was telling when data sharing, it is happening on the national level. Yes, we were involved in a lot of data exchanges in the national level. But it might come to the grassroots. It might take some time for getting all these data. The data-driven economy is going to be the future. Anything data-driven going to be the future. Okay. So especially private-public partnerships and international collaborations. Without the international collaboration, whatever the product you are going to make, it is made for India, but you need to export. That is where you have a lot of market and the economy is dependent on it. Okay. The 4 main areas there is bio-artificial intelligence hubs, creating bio-artificial intelligence hubs, bio-manufacturing hubs, and then skilling human and resource. That's where the important for you, because you need to align with this so that you will be taken as a resource person. Okay. And of course, there has to be a lot of inter-ministerial coordination which has already started. All the ministerial people have started to work together towards achieving this goal. There is not like, individual pockets working now. If you look at any agency, I think the agency also have combined. Now it is ANRF, where all the things comes under one roof. That is going to be the future, because everything has to be integrated so that we get a product out of it, which is going to drive our future. Okay. Next. If I talk about in the values, okay. For example, Indian bioeconomy has grown from 10 billion in 2014 to 151 billion in 2023. This target was targeted for 2025, but we reached this target in 2023 because of Corona. Okay. So it tells that we are going in a very fast-paced manner, and the ambition of this Bio E3 policy is to have a high-performance biomanufacturing, which is targeted to 300 billion economy. 1 billion is almost 8,500 crores. Now you can calculate how biotechnology is connected to economy. If the economy is going to increase, automatically it is going to improve our job opportunities. Okay? And also, without disturbing the environment we wanted to do. Okay? At the cost of sacrificing my environment, I am getting a revenue, it is not good. So that is why this policy has been brought by the government towards attaining a developed country in 2047. Okay, next. Okay, Bio-AI. Bio-AI merges biological data, DNA, protein and cells with machine learning to uncover new patterns. Okay, I met sir in the morning. I thought sir is going to talk something computer science. Sir is working in IT, doing biological work. Okay, so that is the next example. So now you have to understand, when you look at the industry, you will understand what is their targeting. I was also thinking what sir is going to talk from HCL, but we know there are some companies who are already working on clinical trial data. Sir is also doing that. I think he is going to share on those perspectives. So look at the industries, look at the companies or startups, what they are doing, align to their interests. If you are going to align to something else, that is not going to give job for you. Okay? So especially drug discovery, yes. Nowadays, the main motto of drug discovery is to reduce the time in the clinical trial as well as to bring new molecules, which the whole world has started already. Okay. Genomics and precision medicine. And third is proteomics and structural biology. Nowadays, last time we used to spend years to get a structure of a protein. Now, you go to the new tool, AlphaFold, in 1 or 2 days you can get the structure, which is more precise with that of the structural biology we were doing for 10 years. Where is 10 years? Where is 2 days? That is how it has reduced. Okay. Synthetic biology, we design because we know that there are microbes have potential for producing many enzymes. But now we can design whatever the enzymes we want based on the recombinant engineering, we can produce it and then we can take it to market. That is where we are going to use synthetic biology. Yes, diagnostics and agriculture, these are the two other areas where there is a quite intensive AI work is going on. Maybe it takes some while to pop up, but the work have been started already and it is in the implementation stage. And especially in diagnostics, we have used quite intensively AI for diagnostic many diseases. I will share 1 or 2 in my future, next slides. And the emerging technologies, I think sir might focus a little bit. Am I, sir? Okay. Generative AI in biology, digital twin in healthcare, AI and robotics lab, and multi-omics integration. This is what we have been right now working. We are working on single cell technology where we are trying to get data for single cell genomics data, proteomics data and transcriptomics data so that we can integrate all this for a meaningful outcome. Okay. Next one. Yes, these are some of India's successful bio AI based companies. The company which we are working along with the industrial partnership is Vivagen DX. This is an AI based diagnostics company. 5 years back we initiated this, but now we are all highlighted because we are on the limelight because we have already implemented bio AI in our AI algorithms for diagnostics. Okay. Next. And agriculture, yes, my profession is science, but my passion is always agriculture. So we are trying to see with the IT students whether we can use imaging techniques for understanding diseases, what we can predict in the farming lands. Especially we have started with rice and sugarcane. You don't need to go and test in the plant. If the farmer takes a picture and uploads in a smartphone, he has to get the solution for it. What kind of disease is that? How much it is affected? What is the treatment has to be done immediately? Okay. These are all the things we are in the process of developing for the agriculture. Okay. Next. Animal farming. Yes. In animal farming, there are some imaging based surveillances we have started, where in a very huge farm, it is always very tough to go and check each of these animals. Especially in poultry, can we simulate, for example, if there is going to be a disease coming for this chicken, can we simulate this and then can we check whether it is happening in the real farm? This is what we have started to do. Next. Integrated agriculture, again, this is completely with the support of the AI, computer science students, IT technology students, with bio students, we could do all these kind of things. Initially, we were doing only bio-related projects because the thoughts which comes from a computer mind is a bit different. That is where the interdisciplinary research comes into play. There is one guy who is not one guy. There are a lot of research going on all around the world, but in our case, we are going for a smart farm where there is no need for a person to go and watch the farm. So everything is automated. Starting, how much water has to be sent, it is automatic controller. If there is water level is low, it will automatically switch on the pump, it will send water. If there is any disease prediction, then it will intimate the farmer this might be the potential disease that it might come in future. And based on the, it is IoT and those biosensor, connecting the IoT and biosensors, you can go for smart farm. Okay. Next. And I'm a microbiologist, and I'm more interested in developing antibiotics and probiotics. Here also we have started using for antibiotics to find the new molecules which has the potential thing to be taken as antibiotic. We are using AI-based drug designing. And for probiotics development for each application, the probiotics, for example, if you wanted to improve your gut microbiome, it's completely different. If you want to go for brain, it is different. So based on that, we are trying to formulate prebiotics and postbiotics combinatorially to develop a functional food. Okay, next. Okay, our domain is, okay, why I am aligning, every time I am saying BioE3 is going to be the future. Whenever you are going to work on a protein, that protein is going to be a drug target or it is going to be a diagnostic target. Okay, whether it is a disease or infectious disease, it doesn't matter. Okay. We have been focused for the past 2 decades on SARS, understanding the protein structure and function, especially with SARS. Slowly we went to dengue, and then now we have been also working with human papilloma virus. And dengue is also, we are working on, in India still we don't have a vaccine for dengue. We are trying to understand why, how can we come out these complications of this dengue and create a new vaccine. There are some trials going on, but we are working on that. And tuberculosis, yes, you all know, we are working on different aspects with NIRT, diagnostic aspect, therapeutic aspect, we are working with NIRT. Okay. Yes, next. Okay, what is very important? Okay, you have to have research infrastructure and also interest. Okay, that is very important. Over the past 10 years after we came here, we understood that you have to have proper infrastructure for doing research. We have segregated research infrastructures. We don't have integrated platforms. Then we thought that is one of the lacuna what we see in the Indian research scenario. So we started to establish research platforms. So you have to go to a place where you have to do the complete work from A to Z. So similarly, we have created 3-4 platforms. One is for drug discovery platform, is from starting from a material. You can extract that material, you can purify it, you can do the assay, you can clinically test using bioassays, and then you can go for animal testing. Until that, we can do it under one roof. So although that the computational biology is helping us to reduce the time, but we have everything at one place to do all these things. Okay. This is one platform that we have established over the past 2 to 3 years. So this, what does it tell? We can test any small molecule, metabolites, peptides, or recombinant proteins from any of this towards developing a drug against infectious or non-infectious drug. It can be cancer, it can be infectious, it doesn't matter. We have all the things to be done at one place. Next. Yeah, this is some of the platforms that we have created over the period of time. One is the FACS multi-omics core facility, where you can do until
pH ஒரே லைன்ல எனக்கு வந்து 7 to 14 அசிடிக் நியூட்ரல் பேஸ் இதெல்லாம் வேணாம். வாட் இஸ் a pH? புரியலமல்ல? பவர் ஆஃப் ஹைட்ரஜன், அப்புறம் பொட்டென்ஷியல் ஆஃப் ஹைட்ரஜன். ஓகே, அவ்வளோதானா? கான்சன்ட்ரேஷனா? புரியல, எனக்கு தெரியாது, உங்களை வச்சு நான் கற்றுக்க போகிறேன். வாட் இஸ் a pH? கூகுளில் போயிட்டு an interviewer asking a question, what is a pH ன்னு கேளுங்க. ஏஐயோ இல்லை சாட் ஜிபிடி என்ன ஆன்சர் கொடுக்குதுன்னு பாருங்க. இப்பயே செக் பண்ணுங்க. யூ ஆல் ஹேவ் மொபைல் வித் யூ, ரைட்? இன்னும் 5 minutes தான் இருக்கு எனக்கு. நெட் ஒர்க் ஆகலையா? எல்லாம் வச்சு ஒர்க் ஆகுமே. Ask ChatGPT that an interviewer is asking a question about pH, what it tells in a single line. Anyone whose network is fast? purila, sorry, to measure the நீங்க சொல்ற இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் எல்லாமே கரெக்ட். இன்டர்வியூவில் வாட் இஸ் அ பிஹெச் அப்படின்னு கேட்டால் அசிடு நியூட்ரலு 1 to 14 அதெல்லாம் that's additional information. Okay, but the interview will not encourage that. நம்ம இன்னுமா வரல, சாட் ஜிபிடி எவ்வளோ ஸ்லோ ஆயிடுச்சா பாய்ஸ்? நெட் இல்லையா? எஸ், அவ்வளோ காம்ப்ளிகேட்டடாக வருது. Tell me. Negative logarithm of இப்படி சொன்னா இன்டர்வியூருக்கு புரியுமா? ஆனால் இன்டர்வியூர் அதுதான் அக்செப்ட் பண்ணுவார். நீங்கள் சொல்கிற மாதிரி ஆசிடு நியூட்ரலு 1 to 7 இஸ் ஆசிடு, 7 இஸ் நியூட்ரல், 7 to 14 இஸ் ஆல்கலைன்லாம் சொன்னால் he doesn't know it. This is the way you guys should develop yourself. Okay, my next question is, what is a gene? What is a gene? இந்த கொஸ்டின்லாம் என்ன கேட்டாங்க இன்டர்வியூல, எனக்கு அப்ப தெரியல. வாட் இஸ் அ ஜீன்? சொல்லுமா. வாட் இஸ் அ ஜீன்? ஜீன் தான் தெரியும்ல, நாட் JEAN, GENE. What is a gene? Okay. Ma, I'm not asking what is the characteristic or what is the property of a gene. My question is, what is a gene? இன்னும் 3 minutes தான் இருக்கு, ப்ளீஸ். ஓகே, I'll tell you. நான் ஆன்சர் சொல்றேன், அது கரெக்டா தப்பான்றது நீங்க டிசைட் பண்ணணும். ஓகே, a set of sequence which encodes for a protein. Characteristic அந்த protein encode பண்ணாதான், protein பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் characteristic. Okay, my question is, what is a gene? I didn't ask what is the characteristic of a gene. Okay, so இது ரெண்டு question, ரொம்ப basic question. You all would have come across this terminology in your studies. Okay, so this is the way you should develop your qualities. See, ஒரு resume-ல if you are putting that you know this technology, that technology, PCR தெரியும், RT-PCR தெரியும், qPCR எல்லாம் தெரியும் அப்படின்னு போட்டா கூட, whatever you mention in the resume, even if you can put that I am capable of adjusting the pH of any solution போட்டா கூட, you should be confident enough to answer the basic questions in the interview. Okay, that's the way you guys should develop the skill set. Communication is second thing. Communication is important than illan sollala. Okay, but apart from the communication, what the basic knowledge you have in the subject? Just ரெண்டு question தான் கேட்டா, pH and gene. இது மாதிரி நிறைய questions இருக்கு. Okay, just sit and whenever you go for any interview, resume-ல நீங்க என்ன போட்டிருக்கீங்களோ அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் the questions will be. Mostly I go for a campus interview for many colleges. Okay, and the candidate will say that she is a gold medalist or topper. That is a different scenario. I never mind about the marks. Okay, so I'll ask the question only from the resume what she has given to me or he or she has given to me. Okay, இல்லைன்னா நான் ஒரே கொஸ்டின் தான் கேட்பேன். ரெஸ்யூமில் நீங்கள் போட்டிருக்கீங்களா, you know like list of technologies you know, can you just tell me that technologies in the order you have put in the resume? எந்த ஆர்டரில் ரெஸ்யூமில் போட்டிருக்காங்களோ you just tell me those the same order what you have put in the resume. யாரும் சொன்னதில்லை, சீரியஸாக யாருமே சொன்னதில்லை. people will say that oh I know this, I know that. Okay, நீங்கள் தானே பண்ணீங்க, you have prepared the resume and given the resume to me to do the interview. Just tell me what technology you know it in the order which you have mentioned in the resume. அதுதான் என்னோட ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொஸ்டின் இருக்கும். அதுலேயே நிறைய பேர் போயிடுவாங்க வெளியில். ஸோ what I'm saying is the resume plays a major role. உனக்கு என்ன தெரியுமோ அதை மட்டும் கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டாக தெரியுமோ அதை மட்டும் ட்ரை டு புட் இட் இன் த ரெஸ்யூம். தெரியாத ஒரு விஷயத்தை தயவு செய்ய இப்போ மெஜாரிட்டி ஆஃப் த ரெஸ்யூம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஐ நோ ஏஐ டெக்னாலஜி. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நான் ஒரு ஸ்கில் செட் பார்த்தேன்னா ஏஐ டெக்னாலஜி அப்படின்னா. ஸோ ஏஐ கம்ப்ளீட்டாக I am not a technological guy, okay, but I work for an AI tool, okay, but still I'm not confident that what I know in basics of AI technology. என்னோட ப்ராஜெக்ட்க்கு எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் AI tools யூஸ் தேவைப்படுது, அதனால I'm using it, but still now I'm very frank to say, even say this statement to my manager also, I am not confident in AI technology. Even though I work for an AI tool, I am not confident. Still, I am not confident because the technology keeps on updating. Now, I technology, I'll tell you one story. With that, I'll stop it. So, AI technology, they asked me to learn NLP, natural language processing. Okay. மாங்கு ஒரு வாரம் படிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டு மேனேஜர் கிட்ட சொன்னா இது அவுடேட் ஆயிடுச்சு, வேற லைக் டீப் டைவர்ஷன் டீப் ரிசர்ச்சை பற்றி படிச்சுட்டு வானாரு. நான் அதையும் படிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டு ஒரு 3 days கழிச்சு சொன்னேன். திருப்பி இல்லை டீப் விஷன் வந்து அந்த அளவுக்கு பெஸ்ட்டாக அவுட்கம் வரலையா, யூ ட்ரை டு லேர்ன் திஸ் டெக்னாலஜின்ட்டு. ஒரு எக்ஸ்டென்ட்ல ஐ ஸ்டாப் லேர்னிங் த டெக்னாலஜி. பட் இன்னமும் எனக்கு என்எல்பி பற்றி பேசிக்ஸ் கேட்டாங்கன்னா ஐ கேன் டெல் இட். ஈவன் ஐ எம் யூசிங் இட் ஆர் நாட் எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிங் இட், தட்ஸ் அ டிஃப்ரெண்ட் ஸ்டோரி. பட் ஐ எம் ஸ்டில் கான்ஃபிடென்ட் தட் வாட் இஸ் த பேசிக்ஸ் ஆஃப் என்எல்பி அண்ட் டீப் டைவ். So that's what I'm saying. Be strong and confident in your basics. That is going to help you to get the job, as well as like it makes sure that you're confident on what are the things which you are putting in the resume as well as in the biodata. Okay. With this, I'll stop. Any questions or திட்டுறதா கூட திட்டுங்க. Any questions or any clarifications you needed from my end, I'm happy to answer for it. Thank you. Bore அடிக்கலல? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience and insights. Finally, it's time for lunch. Lunch will be served in the dining hall.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. So today I would like to talk about the microbial renaissance. So basically the emerging trends shaping medicine, research and industry. I'm Ilavaragan Murugan. So I did my bachelor's in Anna University, Center for Biotechnology, master's in US, MIT and NUS, and did my PhD in Singapore, NTU. So currently I'm the director of Prels Biotech India Private Limited and Prels Technology Singapore. So Pearls Biotech and Pearls Technologies focuses specifically on environmental biotech, and then we target using microbes and proteins to solve the issue. So that's one of the reasons why when the topic was offered, I was actually more than happy to take it up. Okay, because this world of microbiology is just growing and growing literally and figuratively. Okay, so what is the motivation and inspiration for today's talk? Bacteria. So bacteria, when we mention bacteria, these bacteria have been existent historically and evolutionarily before the humans. They have been inside the humans and outside the humans since time immemorial. Even chloroplasts and mitochondria were thought of microorganisms. According to the endosymbiotic theory, they are actually considered to be smaller microorganisms that were engulfed by larger microorganisms. Then we know that a vast majority of the bacteria are both beneficial and essential, while some of them are also harmful and pathogenic. At this point, there are more than tens and thousands of microorganisms and bacteria that are associated with diseases, and almost 2 million people every year are dying due to tuberculosis. So, going to the overall history or overall look at microbiology, if you look at it, the 19th century was the germ theory. Okay, so that is when people actually understood the existence of these components, which are known as the bacteria or the microbes. Then came in the antibiotic revolution, then came in the microbiology and the molecular biology. So let me just get into it. These are the fathers of the microbiology. If you look at the 17th century, early 17th century was the beginning. Okay, it was still not the advent of microbiology, but it was literally the beginning. With Robert Hooke, he modified the basic design of a microscope to make the compound microscope. And he was the one who was responsible for this entire field of microbiology. And it was Anton von Leeuwenhoek, who is the father of microbiology, who saw these particles, who was the one who actually came about with the name for microbiology or microorganisms. And then came in the 19th century where these products were actually, these particles were considered very seriously. So the so-called gurus or the grandsires of this innovation is Louis Pasteur, who discovered the pasteurization, who also laid the groundwork for the germ theory. Then come in Koch, Robert Koch, whose postulates have actually identified the causative agents for various disorders and diseases like cholera, tuberculosis, etc. And then the great man, Alexander Fleming, who discovered penicillin. Okay, so the antibiotic revolution, as I mentioned earlier, is due to Alexander Fleming's observation of the penicillin, okay, which was later mass produced by a Florey. So this penicillin was largely produced by the soil microorganism Streptomyces species. So if you look at this, they were made initially, they were all like fatal infections basically. All these fatal infections were suddenly treatable. And that was because of the advent or the understanding of these antibiotics. But now, as with any good discovery, which over a period of time has been overused to become something wrong, antibiotic overusage is now leading to a lot of issues. And that has actually led to the antimicrobial resistance, which has actually led to more than 1.2 million deaths almost every year. So then comes in the molecular biology era after the antibiotic revolution. So what exactly does this molecular biology has to do with microbiology? The entire field of molecular biology starts with this one organism's E. coli, which is the Escherichia coli, which acts as the molecular biology workhorse. Okay, so we also call it the quintessential bacterial workhorse. So the entire field of molecular biology was made possible because of the extra chromosomal circular DNA in these E. coli molecules, the plasmid. Okay. When people are able to engineer the plasmid, they were able to produce the recombinant DNA and the recombinant organisms. And from the eukaryotic model, we have the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which is the yeast. Okay. And that actually, these two together have provided the largest platform for microbiology and molecular biology, and from a bacterial system, unicellular organisms, to an eukaryotic model. Then, some of the pivotal discoveries powered by microbes. So, as we mentioned, the molecular biology era was also like due to the microbiology. Similarly, the DNA being the genetic material was actually like discovered because again due to the Streptomyces species, this time Streptomyces pneumoniae. Then the next thing is the central dogma of life, which states that a DNA becomes RNA, and then RNA becomes the protein, again elucidated using E. coli and the bacteriophages in the early 1960s. Then comes in the toolkit. The toolkit is basically, as I mentioned earlier, the plasmid, the recombinant DNA, the restriction enzymes, the DNA ligase, etc. So they together form the entire toolkit for the molecular biology and the biotechnology industry. Then comes in the Renaissance. So basically, what is a Renaissance? Renaissance is the rebirth. So what are we even talking about? What is a rebirth? So we saw the history. We saw from the late 17th centuries to almost the early 19th century or 20th century. So what happened in the last 20 to 30 years? That's what has actually made us revisit the microbiology and the bacteria from a different perspective. So let's look into some of the interesting aspects of the last 20-30 years. In almost all my talks on microbiology, I refer to this one particular story. This story is of the gastric ulcer, and gastric ulcer previously was thought of as more like a lifestyle disorder. If you don't eat properly, if you don't eat on time, if you eat like spicy foods, so that will lead to ulcer. So that was always the belief until it was actually discovered it was an infection that was caused by a bacteria, Helicobacter pylori. And this was discovered by doctors Barry Marshall and Robin Warren. So now this story is a very, very interesting, motivating story. I mean, again, I should say, don't try this at home. So if you look at this particular story of the Nobel Prize, so this is Dr. Barry Marshall. So what happened exactly was, so after looking at patients with gastric ulcer, Dr. Barry Marshall felt that it was actually not a lifestyle disorder, but rather it could be due to infection. And he felt that this could actually be due to this particular bacteria, which is the Helicobacter, but he didn't know the bacteria then. So he thought if it were a bacterial infection, the cure is like very simple. Just go for antibiotics. But what happened? No one believed him. So it was also very difficult to create the condition in humans. So what happened in this case is the thing is they can't just use it with mice, but the problem is it only affects primates. So he had to use some kind of an animal model. So when you firmly believe in something, especially in science, what distance do you go for? You know what distance Barry Marshall went through. He literally ran the experiment on the only human who was available, that was himself. So what did he do? He took the Helicobacter pylori from the gut of a patient. He actually grew it and then he literally drank it himself. And within like a few hours or days, he actually started developing the symptoms and he started vomiting. Now, once they actually started culturing, they actually identified the Helicobacter pylori. Now, you just have to go back to using antibiotics. So this discovery gained him the Nobel Prize in 2005. So the disease was actually due to a gut bacteria. So again, like I said, please do not try it at home. So the next case study is that of Parkinson's. Parkinson's is actually a disorder which is caused due to the aggregation of a particular protein known as the alpha synuclein. So if you look at protein aggregation, what protein aggregation states is that misfolding of proteins lead to the sturdy protein aggregates. So they can exist either as like fibrils or amorphous oligomers. So many such disorders are associated with protein aggregation like Alzheimer's, diabetes, even corneal dystrophies, etc. So now in this setup, a protein that undergoes unfolding can either like fold fibrils or it can actually form oligomers and then form fibrils. So if you see, here are some examples of such oligomers, and you can actually see some examples of the fibrils formed. So these are actually found in the eye. So this is just an example. Now when it comes to Parkinson's, so basically the misfolded alpha synuclein goes through this protein aggregation and that leads to the Parkinson's. But what exactly leads to the protein aggregation? So that becomes a question. So in this case, what happened was they actually used the transgenic C. elegans. Okay, they were exposed to the E. coli that produced extracellular bacterial amyloid protein called curly. So when these rats and C. elegans were actually exposed to the curly producing bacteria, interestingly, they found that there were more aggregates formed when they were exposed to this bacteria producing curly rather than when they were not exposed, there were relatively minimal aggregation. So now again, even Parkinson's, when they started analyzing deeply, they realized the gut bacteria and the bacteria that is actually associated with any amyloid aggregation has the ability to accentuate or accelerate the amyloid formation and aggregate formation in Parkinson's syndrome. So now there is a scenario that even Parkinson's syndrome can be associated with microorganisms. So it could be the causative or it could actually be the catalyst. So based on these two examples or case studies, we can actually look at something. So basically, we know that harmful bacteria have been associated with diseases all through the history and medical research. But with recent advance, you actually identify different mechanisms, different modes of pathogenesis. So now I think we need to relook the different mechanisms of the already known diseases and disorders, because I think we need to look for the bacteria or the microorganisms. So enough of talking about the harmful effects of bacteria. So we also have to look at scenarios where the bacteria have been like very helpful to us. Okay? So let's look at some of the solutions, cures, and how bacteria has actually transformed the biotechnology industry today. So let's look at like some of the aspects where bacteria has actually come into play. So one major introduction into the field of biotechnology is the production of the human insulin. Human insulin was one of the first recombinant proteins to be produced. So it was actually genetically engineered in E. coli and was approved by the FDA in 1982, marketed by Eli Lilly. Okay, and this is the first time a protein was actually full protein was produced outside the body. So it was actually like produced in bacteria. Then came in like the biopharmaceuticals. Today, almost more than 30% of all therapeutic proteins, including antibodies, vaccines, etc., are produced either in E. coli or Pichia pastoris. And if you look at beyond medicine, you see that many industries use enzymes for biofuels, rennet, detergent, cheese making, food, medicine, every other industry. So let's look at just one such technology, which is again like been such a path-breaking or a revolutionary technology, which is basically a CRISPR-Cas. So if you look at the CRISPR-Cas9, you know that this is such a revolutionary technology. But how many of you know that this was actually adapted from the immune system of the bacteria Streptococcus pyogenes? Basically, when this bacteria is attacked by a virus, what happens is there exists a molecular record of these infections. So the body of the bacteria, the immune system of the bacteria rearranges itself to cleave the invasive viral DNA. So now this breakthrough transformed genetic engineering from complex, costly process into highly accessible and scalable tool. So if you see, this CRISPR-Cas has been like applied in the medical field through gene therapy, in agriculture, in functional genomics, and it is just such a vast round of applications across various fields. And rightfully, they've actually awarded the Nobel Prize in 2020. Then coming into microbial products. So if you see, there are so many natural products of microbial and plant origin, and they have again been the mainstay of many scientific and medical research units. So more than 20,000 proposed bioactive secondary metabolites of microbial origin are proposed, and they exist as antibiotics, anti-tumor, anti-cancer agents, toxins, ionophores, bioregulators, etc., etc. So how are these produced? They are actually produced using the natural product biosynthesis. But if you actually look at the natural products on their own, there are many challenges. So obviously, if you look at it, there will be like low titers, there will be slow growth kinetics. So working with indigenous or native bacteria has its own problems. So that is why you need to go for the recombinant microbial cell factories. So you need heterologous hosts, you need a reconstituted biosynthetic pathway to develop cellular advantages relative to the native producer. So again, we talked about E. coli. So the doubling time, the growth kinetics, ease of metabolic engineering, comprehensive characterization, they just make E. coli such an easy manufacturing unit, a single cell becoming an entire manufacturing unit. And that is the, again, leads to the production of another field of biology known as a synthetic biology, where it represents the transition from reading and editing life to writing and designing it. Or in other words, it is a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary field that involves engineering principles, okay, process engineering, etc., all within the biosystem. Okay, so it actually leads to an entire biomanufacturing setup. Now it has been used in the production of many different products. It could be like health products like therapeutics, it could be materials like spider silk, it can actually be used to produce biodegradable plastics, oils, etc. So let me just give you one case study which actually uses this microbial cell factory. This large industrial unit that you see is known as Manus Bio. This Manus Bio was actually started in 2011. It was covered and listed in Forbes magazine, like more than like 16 to 18 patents, and everything is based on a one single concept, a re-engineered E. coli. Okay, the microbial cell as a factory. So basically what they do is they actually incorporate metabolic engineering, protein engineering, and systems biology. Okay, so they develop a high yield microbial platform where they just feed it with sugar or any other raw material. The microbial cell factory converts it into many different products. You know, it could be oil, it could be a fatty acid, it could even be antibiotics. So this basis was actually like used to create a multi-million dollar company. Again, a single microbe, single bacteria. Okay, so if you look at the various uses of microbes, so you can actually see today microbes can actually be used in various environmental issues as well. In order to target various environmental problems, your microbes can actually be used against effluent treatment, like used for effluent treatment, wastewater, heavy metal remediation, etc. So through the processes of biodegradation, attenuation, bioremediation, and bioleaching. So you have actually seen both the harmful side of the microbes, so which means we need to look at it carefully in order to look at the various mechanisms. On the other side, you also see the various advantages and applications of the microbes. So at this point, what do we do? So basically, these bacteria were our predecessors. Currently, they are our co-inhabitants. They are going to live even after we are gone. They are causatives of a lot of our medical and environmental problems, but they are also solution to a lot of our challenges. So I think this is time to revisit these microorganisms, look at the mechanisms, and see how we can actually use it to our advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful session. It's a great honor to participants. Any question?
Are there any questions? I can actually take those questions. I can't see the screen though. I can't see the participants though.
Sir, you told that Precaion's disease is involved that amyloid functions. It is based on the enzymatic reactions or microbe enzymatic reactions or enzymatic reactions or?
Basically, Parkinson's, the mechanism of Parkinson's was very recently studied. So if you look at the mechanism of Parkinson's, they have actually like figured out it is due to the misfolding or protein aggregation of alpha synuclein protein. So there were many different ways of identifying why it actually started aggregating. So in that process, they realized like the most important or the most robust process is that of the bacterial infection. So in case the alpha synuclein protein is present along with some kind of an infectious bacteria, or for that matter, even amyloid forming bacteria. See, many bacteria form amyloids. So we do have a lot of gut microbacteria. So this gut microbiome can actually induce the triggers, and these triggers can actually like travel across the brain blood brain boundaries, and they can actually induce the aggregation of alpha synuclein. So is it enzyme based? Yes, in the process of aggregation there are certain enzymes involved, but predominantly it is actually like a physical process. In aggregation, from a chemistry perspective, we say it's called seeding. A single small unfolded protein, okay, an aggregate can actually like cause the aggregation of larger proteins. So that is the basis for this.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. It's a great honor to introduce our online speaker, Professor Dr. Satish Babu Natarajan sir, Head Department of Pharmaceutical Technology at Lincoln University College, Malaysia, and a renowned expert in nanomedicine and pharmaceuticals. We welcome you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you able to see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to the respected organizing committee and distinguished guests and the participants. It's my great honor to be here in this wonderful platform. Before that, I would like to sincerely thank the organizing committee for providing this great opportunity to share this wonderful topic. Today, we are going to explore the science and nature, how these two can merge together to create the safer and effective way to managing the polycystic ovary syndrome in innovative approach using the nanonutraceutical model. So what is polycystic ovary syndrome? Why these ovary related issues, complications can called as syndrome, not as a disease? Because polycystic ovary syndrome is caused by different signs and symptoms. So we cannot exactly find out the root cause of this polycystic ovary syndrome. So that's why this cause can called as syndrome. The polycystic ovarian syndrome is popularly abbreviated as PCOS. PCOS is a significant global public health problem and it's one of the most common hormonal disorder affecting women. Means it affects entirely all types of hormones in the body, especially for the women. From insulin, from estrogen, androgen, progesterone, and luteinizing hormone, and so forth. And often becoming apparent during the reproductive years. Basically, and commonly, these particular conditions is caused during the reproductive years. This PCOS is estimated more than 10 to 15% of women globally are thought to have PCOS. But up to 70% of affected women are undiagnosed. So this is the people are diagnosed. They are reported as they have this particular problem, PCOS. But still we have many people, many women are suffering with PCOS, which are underreported or undiagnosed. The prevalence of PCOS may be higher among women in some racial or ethnic groups than others. Can you guess which racial or ethnic groups have high prevalence of polycystic ovary syndrome? Any answer? Any guess? Which ethnic group have this high prevalence of PCOS? Unfortunately, Indians. And followed by Pakistani and Bangladesh. These are the South Asian peoples are highly affected with polycystic ovarian syndrome. Although PCOS can occur at any age, majority of the instances are identified between the age of 20 to 30.
So maybe the prevalence are affected by the food habits and the hormonal changes, etc.
Sorry?
So maybe the prevalence may increase the food habits in these
Exactly.
generations.
Yes, exactly. That is the main core of the today's presentation. So we will look into this particular area so that you will get aware why the ethnic group like Indians or Pakistani people have a high prevalence rate. So what are the symptoms? Already mentioned, it's a syndrome, not a disease. So these are the group of symptoms or collectively influence or affect the ovary or reproductive systems, which includes diabetes mellitus, type 2 diabetes mellitus, hypertension, and cardiovascular diseases, endometrial cancer, maybe liver disease, maybe the sleep problem, high cholesterol level, like obesity, weight gain. So these are the most common cause of polycystic ovary syndrome. So from here we can see, so these previous symptoms, how much directly, positively influence to cause these PCOS. The first one is obesity. How much percentage of people have obesity? Due to obesity, they have the PCOS problem. Around 60% of people, they have the PCOS problem due to the obesity. Why due to obesity? What is the problem? Due to the food intake. And followed by insulin resistance. If the food intake is not properly maintained or controlled, definitely that will affect the insulin resistance. That is the second leading cause of PCOS. It accounted 47%. Then followed by type 2 diabetes and dyslipidemia, high cholesterol level. That is around 40% of cases, hypertension and sleep disturbance. So these are the different complications with the PCOS patients. So what is the pathogenesis of these PCOS? What is the mechanism behind this development of polycystic ovary syndrome? The research into this pathogenesis of PCOS remains limited. They are not focused to find out the root causes of these PCOS. But however, the current evidence highlight that the association between the hormonal fluctuation and the PCOS pathogenesis, particularly in the levels of insulin, luteinizing hormone, follicle stimulating hormone, androgen level, estrogen, and progesterone. That's why the definition itself, we know that, we understand that it is a hormonal disorder. See, majority of the hormones are imbalanced. So what are the impact? How these PCOS impact the patients, particularly mental health and quality of life? Those suffering with the PCOS, the women suffering with PCOS, face a significantly higher risk of anxiety. Definitely the anxiety. Why? Because they cannot become the pregnant, they cannot become the mother. That's why they are high chances of getting this particular problem, anxiety. Then depression, definitely if there is no motherlyhood, definitely they will go for a depression state, and the eating disorders, poor self-image. So these are the major impact for this particular cause. Then followed by infertility, weight gain, and unwanted hair growth often cause the social stigma and reduce the quality of life. The next one is impact on the family. Fertility is not a individual issues. It is a entire family concern. So PCOS is a family affair because it runs in the family and its symptoms often affect family dynamics. The first one is infertility and planning. It is a leading cause of infertility which puts immense stress on relationship and family planning. Next one is heritable risk. From the research, we can understand that the genetic link and the linkage of the PCOS, we notice that the sons of women with PCOS are more likely to have an early onset of overweight and insulin resistance. It's not only affect the particular woman, it affect their children's, especially for the son. The next one is intergenerational impact. The metabolic and hormonal disturbance can affect family life, with the studies suggesting that some metabolic features might be present in the daughters of affected women. Where the case of son, there will be a chance of getting overweight and insulin resistance. Even the daughter also suffering with the same problem. They have the PCOS problem. Impact on society and country. Yes, it is a global burden. PCOS is not a individual or not a family issues. It is a societal country issues. See the economic burden. So the annual cost of treating PCOS and related comorbidities such as type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and mental problems is estimated to exceed more than 15 billion US dollar in the US alone. So from this, we can understand that how much money we need to spend to buy the medicines to treat not only PCOS, not only infertility. So we need to consider other comorbidities like obesity, treatment of cardiovascular disease, treatment of endometrial cancer, and so forth. So definitely, the budget we need to spend, we need to allocate more budget for to buy the medicines. Next one is productivity loss. So if the people have the obesity with the PCOS, so the physical activity is less, so they cannot, due to the anxiety, due to the depression state, they cannot focus their task, they cannot focus their work. So definitely the productivity will be goes down. And finally, the societal stigma. Why problem? Why there is anxiety? Why the depression? Why the diabetic people, they are not concerned about, they are not worried about the particular disease. Easily they can control, they can manage, they can overcome from the disease, even cancer also. But PCO is not like that compared with other chronic diseases, because the symptoms are visible. Symptoms are visible. So if the woman cannot become the pregnant, cannot hold the mother, cannot fertile, so definitely the family members like parents or in-laws or maybe the spouse, they are more worried, and the society, they need to answer for the society. So directly linked to society. If the society is linked, definitely it leads to the country's issues. Is particularly for the obesity and hirsutisms are often the subject to social stigma, affecting women's sense of belonging and social relationship and the lack of confidence. It affects their confidence. Why it's happening? What is the reason? Food habit. So what type of food? Like high glycemic food. Those food have high glycemic index like refined carbohydrates, example white bread, pasta, and white rice, sugary snacks and beverages, especially for the carbonated beverages with a high amount of sugar, lead to required spikes in blood sugar in insulin promoting hyperinsulinemia. And next one is processed food. The food contain high amount of fat. Either maybe the food is completely processed, long processed, and fried foods, including fast food, chips, candies, and promote inflammations. Because this food material, have a high amount of advanced glycation end products. So once you consume this type of food with the advanced glycation end products, definitely it leads to promote the inflammation, which is the key driver for the polycystic ovary syndrome symptoms. Next one is a low fiber intake. So we are not taking high fiber food, means like we are not consuming high amount of vegetables or the fruits, and excessive red or processed meat, high consumption of red meat or hot dogs or burgers, sausage. So these are the food materials directly related to the development of polycystic ovarian syndrome. So from the right hand side the image, you can easily notice that. So now the why the Indian ethnic group having this high prevalence of PCOS? Because of we adapted with the modern lifestyle, Western lifestyle. So now we are used to eat more amount of processed food like pizzas, burgers, and fast foods. But whereas other peoples, developed countries, they are adopted our food habit, our food materials. So by the way, they are feeling more active, more healthy. Right now, the millet foods they are using more amount of millets. So we are cultivating and finally we are exporting to the developed countries or Western countries. So basically, the food habit is entirely changed. So due to this many people are suffering. Next one is lifestyle, physical inactivity. Sedentary behavior contributes significantly to the low insulin resistance. So now our physical activity is completely minimized. So if the physical activity, the absence, definitely the patients becomes obese or weight gain or making symptoms harder to manage. The next one is obesity. While not all women with PCOS are overweight, however, obesity is a exacerbate insulin resistance and hyperandrogenism and sleep deprivations. Sleeping less than 5 hours per night increase the risk of metabolic dysfunction, insulin resistant obesity. Means we are not follow the proper, we are not allocated the proper duration for our sleep time due to our lifestyle or due to our work culture. Environmental factor, the chronic stress and endocrine disturbing pollutants like heavy metals. If you consume or if you are administering, we are applying some materials with which contain high amount of heavy metals like arsenic, cadmium, mercury, or maybe if you use the body sprays which contain high amount of hydrofluorocarbons or pesticides. So these are the environmental factors definitely causing these PCOS. So now you can understand how this food habit and our lifestyle can cause the high prevalence of polycystic ovarian syndrome. So now we are going to discuss about the treatment and the management of PCOS. First one is lifestyle modifications. How the Westerns, they adopted our food culture, our lifestyle. So now we need to go back to our own lifestyle. So we need to follow it. So weight management, either we need to increase the physical activity by doing exercise or maybe some other activities. By the way, we need to control our body weight gain. Physical activity and balanced or consumption of low glycemic index food. Next one is pharmacological management. So by the use of medicines, we can able to treat the polycystic ovarian syndromes. First one is oral contraceptive pills for to make the menstrual cycle to be normalized by using these medicines like ethinyl, estradiol, levonorgestrel. These are the most commonly prescribed drug to control to regulate the menstrual cycles. And next one is insulin sensitizers, metformin, one of the most popular drug used for activate the insulin sensitivity. And third one is anti-androgens for hirsutisms or to control the acne or prevent the acne. Finasteride is one of the most popular drug we can use to treat these acne-related issues. The next one is nutraceuticals and supplement support. Inositol, omega-3 fatty acid, vitamin D, and antioxidant. So these are the most common popular nutraceutical supplements we can use to manage the polycystic ovarian syndrome. Why nutraceuticals play a crucial role for the management of polycystic ovarian syndrome? Because many women are reproductive age have the strong desire to become mothers, which is deeply influenced by the cultural and religious values in many human communities. Non-pharmacological therapies such as food, dietary supplements, and herbal medicines are frequently chosen over pharmacological treatment despite their potential adverse effects. For the long-term treatment, we are not preferred to go with medicinal therapy. Why? Because the medicines, if you consume like a finasteride or metformin or other estradiols, these are the drug may cause some side effects. In order to avoid the side effects, we prefer to go with food supplements or the herbal-based product or natural remedies. Here, mechanistic studies based on biochemistry are needed to distinguish these supplements and understand their potential in combination therapy. Sometimes we cannot rely on only the nutraceutical supplements for the management of polycystic ovarian syndrome. So, however, we need to go together with the modern medicines along with your natural remedies. For example, women with PCOS have the high prevalence of vitamin D deficiency, leading to high prevalence of dietary supplementations. If you are not properly follow the diet supplements, definitely the peoples they suffer with the vitamin D deficiency. Vitamin D is one of the essential nutrition, essential vitamin for the development or for the reproductive age. In addition, antioxidant supplements have been shown to have several beneficial effects in the treatment of polycystic ovarian syndrome as they improve insulin resistance, fasting blood insulin glucose level in women with PCOS. So what are the supplements we can use to control or use to prevent the polycystic ovary syndrome? The first one is probiotics, melatonin, N-acetylcysteine, vitamin D, coenzyme Q10, omega-3 fatty acids. These are the supplements we can prefer to manage the PCOS. So now we can understand what is a nutraceuticals and what is a phytochemicals. Whether sometimes this terminology can be used here and there, but we need to understand what really the nutraceutical and phytochemicals. The bioactive molecules are potential source of treatment of polycystic ovary syndrome. They are commonly found in foods, and their plant derivatives are called phytochemicals, which may have the ability to alleviate the illness by altering gene expression and cellular function. So from this image, you can understand the first image, that is the berries powder. That is a berries powder. Means you take the fruit, any berries like a strawberry or blueberry, blackberry. So once you properly clean and pulverize it, you make the powder. That is a nutraceutical supplement, considered as a nutraceuticals product. The second image where we can see that is a bilberry anthocyanins. So here, anthocyanin is one of the major bioactive ingredient present in the berries. So if you extract this anthocyanin from this food supplement with the proper technique, and you can formulate into either tablet or capsule or powder form or any form, then that is considered as a phytochemical. Phytochemical means more active compared to your nutraceuticals. So in order to alleviate, in order to change your cellular mechanism or gene expression, definitely we need phytochemicals. So nutraceutical means the crude powder extract, powder cannot able to reverse your genetical changes. So in recent research, the bioactive molecules have been shown to improve some biochemical features of PCOS, for example, inflammation and hyperandrogenism. Phytochemical has shown significant reduction in oxidative stress and inflammatory markers of interleukin 6 and tumor necrosis factor alpha. So, for example, if you eat berries, whether you can able to treat or you can manage the PCOS is definitely cannot. It's considered a food supplement, right? But if you use or you consume or administer this anthocyanin as a supplement, so definitely you can able to modify the molecular mechanism of these particular genes or maybe the enzymes or maybe the cellular levels. The ingestible complementary medicines like nutritional supplements and herbal medicines have some positive effect in polycystic ovary syndromes. Women with PCOS show significantly higher oxidative stress and homocysteine plasma levels. So definitely due to high oxidative stress due to your proper diet, lack of sleep, anxiety, high anxiety and depression level, definitely the oxidative stress will be high in these PCOS women. Certain nutrition supplements have been found effective in these patients and in reducing the risk of PCOS in other populations. The endocrine effects of the natural compound used in the supplements or medicines may improve hormonal balance and menstrual regularity. The first one is curcumin, one of the most popular nutraceuticals or phytochemicals available in the market for the treatment of polycystic ovary syndrome. Not only PCOS, we can use this curcumin for to various diseases like for diabetes mellitus or maybe for the treatment of cancer and so forth. So what is the role of curcumin in PCOS? It can able to control the inflammatory process, improve the hyperandrogenisms, lower the luteinizing hormone level, reduce the insulin resistance, induce the ovulation in women with the PCOS. The next one is vitamin D supplements. Vitamin D plays a crucial role in glucose metabolism, improving insulin sensitivity, decreasing insulin resistance, and supporting pro-inflammatory cytokines. Inositol lower the insulin resistance, improve reproductive functions, improve oocyte quality, and restore the ovulation in patients with the PCOS. And the last one is a coenzyme Q10. It exerts anti-inflammatory and affect the down-regulating expression of gene encoding the inflammatory cytokines in the PCOS. So from this we can understand. So with these phytochemicals or maybe nutraceuticals can directly or along with the pharmacological drugs we can able to either prevent the PCOS or we can able to treat the PCOS. So from here, we are going to discuss different categories of nutraceuticals for the prevention management of polycystic ovarian syndromes. The first class is insulin sensitizers. Under insulin sensitizers, there are various nutraceuticals available. First one is myoinositol, D-chiro-inositol, berberine, alpha-lipoic acids. So these are the nutraceuticals used to activate your insulin sensitivity, to reverse insulin sensitivity, so that the insulin can carry the nutrition from the blood and can pass to the cells. The second category is anti-inflammatory and antioxidants. The examples for this category is quercetin, curcumin, resveratrol, green tea, polyphenols. So these are the compounds, these are the nutraceutical used to reduce the inflammation and to act as anti-inflammatory agents, lower the testosterone level, and to control the body weight and to control the androgen levels. The third category is hormonal modulators. The first compound is fenugreek extract. Why fenugreek is very important compound for this treatment of PCOS? Because fenugreek contain high amount of diazoxide. This is a compound, one of the most vital bioactive compound used to activate the to control the hormonal imbalance. Next one is Vitex agonist. We call this basically very commonly available in Tamil Nadu. We call this a karunuchi. So this particular phytochemical, for example, phytoestrogen, is highly present in this particular plant. So this particular phytochemical used to regulate the menstrual cycle, then followed by flaxseed lignans and soya isoflavones. So these are the nutraceuticals used for the control of PCOS by modulating the hormonal imbalance. The next one is lipid and weight management. Here we are using omega-3 fatty acids, L-carnitine, and carcinogenic amolica. So these are the famous nutraceuticals used to control the lipid profile, to control the inflammatory process, and enhance the fat metabolisms. By the way, fat deposition is inhibited. Finally, we can control the obesity. The next one is gut and metabolic health. Definitely, there will be the probiotics and probiotics and dietary fibers can improve the gut health. The last one is micronutrients. Yeah, of course, we need vitamin D because we need to activate the insulin insensitivity, and followed by zinc, magnesium, chromium, picolinates. These are the micronutrients definitely required to control to manage the PCOS. First, we are going to discuss in detail about the particular phytochemicals. First one is the curcumin. Curcumin is one of the most popular spice in many Asian countries. Curcumin phytochemical is directly extracted from the turmeric plant. Turmeric, one of the most highly cultivated plant material in Erode and Salem regions. Curcumin is a dietary polyphenol derived from the curcuma species, which is insoluble in water. That is the main aspects why we are discussing curcumin here. Curcumin have the powerful antioxidant that can increase the glutathione peroxidase, superoxide dismutase, catalyze activities, free radical scavengers, and upregulates detoxification and antioxidant genes. And this curcumin induce the ovulation and enhance the biochemical profile of patient with the PCOS and decrease the cytochrome P450 activity. That is very, very important. So once the body have this high amount of cytochrome P40, what are the medicines, what are the food, what are the nutritions you are consuming, definitely it will deactivated or maybe it will eliminate from the body. So it cannot produce their own pharmacological action. So definitely this enzyme must be inhibited if highly overexpressed. Next one is vitamin D. Of course, vitamin D is very essential for the activate the insulin resistance. Yeah, high prevalence of vitamin deficiency is observed in this particular PCOS women, and positive association have been shown with the various reports, various research evidence. Right, we can use to treat PCOS such as insulin resistance, and followed by for the treatment of type 2 diabetes mellitus and cardiovascular disease and metabolic syndromes. And the research report suggests that better results are achieved by high dose of vitamin D. For example, if you need to consume more than 5,000 units per day for at least for 12 weeks, we can expect a good outcome. With this dose, significant improvements in insulin sensitivity, glucose level, hormonal functions, and hyperlipidemia have been reported. The next one is inositols. Inositol is a carbocyclic sugar, or otherwise called as polyol, that accumulates in the brain, kidney, and liver and other mammary tissues. It regulates cell signal transduction in response to different neurotransmitters, growth factors, and hormones. So, by the way, we can understand the importance of this particular inositol for our normal growth. So basically, there are two types of inositols, more actively or pharmacologically producing, performing. One is a myoinositol, and another one is a dicheiroinositols. So the functions of these inositols have the tendency to promote the oocyte maturation, gamete development, and fertilization, and finally early embryo development. The last enzyme is coenzyme Q10. So coenzyme Q10 is a lipid-soluble antioxidant naturally synthesized by human cells and required for cell growth and maintenance. There are numerous studies, the randomized controlled trials have reported that this particular enzyme supplementation as an adjuvant in different clinical conditions. So why this particular enzyme is very essential for this particular PCOS conditions? Because PCOS condition, during these particular conditions, there are higher plasma concentration of inflammatory cytokines such as TNF alpha, interleukin 6, and C-reactive proteins. Release of cytokines, chemokines, and promotes macrophage recruitment. So in order to control all these cytokines, these particular morphological or cellular functions, definitely these particular nutritions. So why we need a nano technology or other formulations to convert these nutraceuticals into more active form, because these are the form compounds have a poor water solubility or more highly lipid nature. They are poorly stable, either may be inactivated by the light source or maybe the moisture. Sometimes if you consume, if you go to the stomach, it will be degraded by the gastric pH, and the low bioavailability, rapid metabolisms, and we need higher dose to get the better pharmacological action. That's why the nanoparticles are very important. What is nanoparticle? Nanoparticle nothing but the particle size is very smaller. If the particle size is less than 100 nanometer, that particle is considered nano size. So what is the purpose why we go with the nano? If we convert your formulation into nano size, you can able to improve the bioavailability, you can able to improve the solubility of your compound, either curcumin or maybe coenzyme or vitamin D or inositol or whatever may be. And moreover, you can able to target to the particular organs. If you want to target ovary, with the help of nano formulation, you can able to target to the ovary organ. So no need the formulation, it will not go to the liver, or it will not go to the lungs, or it will not go to the brain. And finally, we can able to get better pharmacological action. So what are the field they have used these particular nano formulations? Not only nutrition, so these particular applications we explore into various fields, including cosmetics, including electronics, engineering, agriculture, and so forth. So what are the different types of nanoparticles? Nanoparticle may be lipid-based nanoparticle. If you use lipid as a carrier material, that considers a lipid-based nanoparticle. If you use a polymer like a chitosol or maybe a cellulose as a carrier material, that is called as a polymeric nanoparticle. If you use gold, that is called as a gold nanoparticle. If you use a silver, that is called as silver nanoparticles. So from this picture, you can understand what is the market potential of nanoparticles. So once you extract the powder from the plant or from the herbals, then if you use any carrier material like a lipids, like a phospholipid, or maybe a pectin, or maybe either chitin or cellulose, any formulation, any carrier polymer, then it will becomes a nanoparticles or maybe a microencapsulated particles. By the way, we can able to improve the stability, we can improve the bioavailability, improve the solubility of your nutraceuticals. Finally, we can able to get better pharmacological action. So curcumin, what purpose we go for a nanoparticle? Because curcumin have a poor solubility and fast metabolism. If you convert into nanoparticles, definitely the solubility will be improved. From this picture, you can understand the first picture, first beaker contained the floating curcumin because it due to the insolubility cannot disperse, cannot dissolve. So once the curcumin is converted in nano formulation, then it will easily dissolve or disperse into your water or maybe your biological fluid. So how to prepare? Just you take your specific polymer and you dissolve with the particular solvent. Then you prepare your drug solution and you ultrasonic it finally. Then you will get nanoparticles. Then finally you can go for encapsulate with the capsule, or you can convert into tablet, or you can prepare the syrup or emulsion or whatever maybe. So once you administer into the animal studies, then from here you can see the outcome of your nano form of curcumin as compared with the plain curcumin. So we can able to produce a sustained release. If you take a pure curcumin, it will release within 2 hours or 3 hours. If you convert into sustained release, the drug can be produced action for more than 24 hours. So from this picture, you can see how much amount of drug present in this particular cell. If the drug is in the form of nano, so you can get a more amount of formulation in the cells. So from the help of bioenhancer, so if you combine with like a pepper with curcumin, you will get better pharmacological action. So normally we combine this preparing this turmeric milk with this pepper, because if you combine this, add this piperine into your curcumin, it can improve the bioavailability of your curcumin. So finally, we reach to the conclusions. PCOS is a major metabolic endocrine disorder. The conventional treatment have the challenges for the treatment of PCOS due to the poor stability, poor solubility, and poor bioavailability. We need repeated administration. If you convert into nano formulation, by the way, you can able to improve the bioavailability of your conventional nutraceuticals. By the way, you can able to improve the pharmacological actions. So by integrating your natural medicine or herbal product, convert it into nano formulations, definitely you can able to modify the lifestyle of the PCOS patient. By the way, we can able to build the healthier and economic strong nations. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Being a nutrition and dietetics student, I have a doubt, sir.
Yes, please.
When compared to our food and nutraceuticals, which one is most effective to cure the PCOS condition and how, sir?
Sorry, come again.
When compared to a food and nutraceuticals, which one is a more effective one to cure the PCOS condition?
For the cure, you need definitely the patient need to consume the medicines, either nutraceuticals or nano nutraceuticals or maybe pharmacological drugs for the treatment. Food alone cannot able to treat. For the prevention, we need to follow the proper food intake, proper diet. So by the way, we can prevent the PCOS with the help of our lifestyle, right? With the help of our lifestyle modifications, we can able to prevent the PCOS, because PCOS is a multifactorial, multi-pathogenesis mechanism involved for these conditions. So definitely for the treatment, we need nutraceuticals or pharmacological drugs.
Thank you, sir,
Thank
for
you.
your valuable perspectives on responsible technology and justice are truly appreciated.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Navina Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Food and Nutrition and Food Technology, Lady Aaron College, University of Delhi, and a researcher in dietary polyphenols and non-communicable disease prevention. We warmly welcome you, ma'am. You may kindly begin your presentation.
Thank you. So I hope my slide is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good evening to the respected chair, distinguished organizers, fellow speakers, and my dear participants. I'm Dr. Navina, Assistant Professor from Department of Food and Nutrition and Food Technology, Lady Irvine College, University of Delhi. And it is a great pleasure and honor to be invited as a speaker at this international conference on biosciences innovations for global sustainability in health and environment. So I'm very happy to be part of this conference. So in this next 20 minutes, I'm going to talk about dietary polyphenols in non-communicable disease prevention and what's the impact of food processing on bioaccessibility and bioavailability. So, the global scenario of a non-communicable disease crisis, if you see, in globally, 74% of global deaths are happening only through non-communicable diseases. So NCDs are the world leading cause. Probability ranges, if you see, it is between 50 to 80% from developed countries to underdeveloped low-income countries. So the progress of this non-communicable disease, declining progress also, it is very slow. Like if you see 60% of countries, it very slowly it is declining. Among the NCDs, circulatory diseases drive declines, but CVD prevention is most effective. However, if we see NCDs and infectious diseases are always very much linked. That too after COVID-19, so the COVID-19 affected population, how they are managing their diabetes and obesity conditions. So this is also a greater challenge, especially in South Asia and even in India also. So the need of the hour is, so we need better data and prevention strategies so that we can make the best dietary interventions. Critically, we can analyze and we can implement it. So here, polyphenols play a major role, and we can choose polyphenol as the one of the preventive opportunity. If you see this graph, so it is a comparison globally between women and men. So if you see 88% of women are mostly getting affected with different non-communicable diseases. And if you see in men, it is more than 89% of people are getting affected with the non-communicable diseases. Also, if you see, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me?
Hello, ma'am.
Okay. So if you see here, NCDs, especially before the premature death also, if you observe before 70 years of age, the NCD occurrence are very high, especially either it can be in the case of maternal or perinatal and any nutrition conditions, combined situations, everywhere this scenario is there. If you see in this graph, see this South Asia where we belong to this place like orange dots. So the premature deaths are very high, especially country like India. So, if you see in Indian scenario, diabetes affected population, it is as per recent study ICMR 2024, it is around 101.3 million people, and hypertension 315 million, and cancer, if you see, people are affected with cancer 1.46 million per annum. So here in India, if you see 65% of all deaths in India are from NCDs, and it is doubled since 1990 to 2025. If you see, it is from 37% to 65% increased has we are observing. And next, if you see premature deaths, so premature death in the sense before at the age of 70. So in India, it is 25% very much prevalent. Next, if you see compared to China and USA, so it is creating a very heavy economic burden to us, and also such a big amount of trillions of money it is getting wasted till by 2030. So the prevention opportunity, if you see, some of the modified dietary risk factors like polyphenol-rich foods offer cost-effective scale up, and also we can make some scalable intervention strategy based on this. So before going into what is that processing effect, I just want to give you some basic idea what are polyphenols. Okay, so polyphenols are water soluble compounds derived from plant-based foods, which has a very high molecular weight. And if you see, the polyphenols are present abundantly in all plant-based foods, whatever your fruits, vegetables, cereals, beverages, everywhere it is present. And these are all called as secondary metabolites. Why? Because it is produced in the plants to defend against biotic stresses as well as abiotic stresses. So based on the number of phenolic rings and structural linkages, they are commonly categorized into five main categories like tannins, lignans, phenolic acids, flavonoids, and as well as stilbene. So what are the major factors which affects polyphenol content? So the first and foremost reason is the plant distribution and the variety of the plant, and also the seasonal variation and the geographical location, environmental or agronomic factors, degree of ripening, storage, food preparation and processing. These are the major factors which can affect the polyphenolic content in foods. If you see, there are different functions as well as we can address it as a health advantage. You see, polyphenol has multiple role to maintain our health. Starting from it has a very high antioxidant potential, so it improves your antioxidant potential of food also by through different amount kind of processing. It is an effective in combating alcohol-induced liver injury. So, if for your fatty liver injury, also this will be helpful and inhibit the effects of carcinogenic agents, and also it exhibit properties that counteract with the aging process also, and modulate gut microbiome to maintain our gut microbiome, and to maintain the weight reduction or the obesity conditions, obesity related NCDs. For that also, polyphenols play some extent. It is very much helpful and to maintain our blood glucose level, and also to improve the nutritional value of our diet. And it is sometimes replacing the preservatives and inhibit the growth of pathogenic bacteria in our food items. So we can it is a kind of natural preservative. So if you see a general mechanism, so how polyphenols are acting in our health. So it can be acting as an antioxidant or anti-inflammatory or metabolic or gut microbiome maintaining. In many ways, it is having different roles. If we see as antioxidant, it scavenges reactive oxygen species and also chelates metals, which protects our DNA as well as lipids and proteins. Which has polyphenol has a very good anti-inflammatory activity. It downregulates NF-kappa B as well as other inflammatory markers, and it metabolic in metabolism. If you see, it improves our insulin sensitivity and glucose and lipid metabolism. Though therefore, it is reducing the adipogenesis, and it is very much helpful. Polyphenols are helpful to maintain our gut microbiota. So it is getting transferred into active metabolites, and it is promoting the beneficial bacteria in our gut also. So the processing effects, so we have many beneficial effects, but when coming to food, so either we are going for different sort of processing. So majorly if we categorize into these two main thermal as well as non-thermal processing if we categorize. So under thermal processing, it has two different ways. Like either it decrease the polyphenols. If you see some studies in banana as well as coffee roasting, so the where the polyphenol content is reducing, especially in coffee, the chlorogenic acid level is going down. But it also increase bioaccessibility. How? When you cook the food with the high temperature, so the polyphenols are getting liberated, the outer layer is getting denatured so that the polyphenols are liberated. So it is also increasing the polyphenol content in some extent. I mean, the liberation is more, maybe bioaccessibility also will be more. But compared to thermal processing, if you see non-thermal processing, especially high pressure as well as ultrasound assisted extraction method or pulsed electric field, it has a very good positive effect. Like heat sensitive polyphenols are preserved, and it is increasing the polyphenol content, and also it is improving the bioactivity of the released polyphenols. So next we'll understand what is bioaccessibility. Okay, so bioaccessibility, it is the concept, so which helps us to determine the nutritional efficiency of food and food formula developed with the aim of improving human health. Okay, so it can be assessed in foods like why are we doing it claims the health benefit because of their nutrients or bioactive content is described through different methodologies. So this bioaccessibility provides valuable information to select the appropriate dosage or food matrices to ensure nutrition efficacy of the products. So if we see in India, globally, if we see, we do not have Indian database for polyphenol intake among Indian population. But if you see the global database, we have that the average daily intake of polyphenol is about 1 gram. So which is almost 10-fold the intake of vitamin C, 100-fold the intake of vitamin E, and 500-fold the intake of carotenoids. So, but we do not have Indian database. If you see the in vitro bioaccessibility also, there are many ways, methods which can be used to assess the bioaccessibility of polyphenols. Each method has their own advantages as well as limitations. So the best method, if we can go for gastrointestinal models, mimicking the gastrointestinal model, as well as of course Kakoto cell model also, we can go for that. So moving on to the next concept, bioavailability of polyphenols. So bioavailability, it is the proportion of the nutrient that is digested, absorbed and metabolized through normal pathways. So the structure of polyphenols rather than their concentration determine the rate and the extent of absorption. So and the nature of metabolites circulating in the plasma. So always we have to believe that if the food item, if it is rich in polyphenol, some extent if we see maybe due to processing or like how much is it is going to absorb, or what are the natural metabolites in that, how much the metabolites are circulating in our plasma, based on that only the bioavailability will be determined. Okay, so the biological properties also, if you see, it differs from one polyphenol to another based on many different factors like intestinal absorption level, metabolism by microflora, intestinal and hepatic metabolism, and also nature of circulating metabolites, and also the ability to bind with albumin, their cellular uptake level, and also accumulation in the tissues as well as biliary and urinary excretions. So if you see, this is the like a pictorial diagram of the polyphenol digestion and absorption in the human digestive system. If you see, like generally fruits and vegetables are the richest sources for polyphenols. So polyphenols are released from the conjugated. Polyphenols are always the problem with the polyphenol is rich in abundantly in most of the fruits and vegetables, but it is mostly present in the form of conjugated form. But when coming to absorption, it has to get to released in the form of aglycans. So the glycosides should get breakdown. Okay, so then only the absorption of polyphenols will happen in the form of aglycans, and also the absorption happens in different stages in the different in the gastrointestinal digestion itself. Polyphenol absorption has a different stages, like in stomach due to the acidic environment, the flavonoids will become A glycans. The glycosides will break down, so it will become A glycans. And also, if you see, for example, procyanidin, which is a polyphenol which undergoes conversion into epicatechin within the stomach itself. So next, if the next in small intestine, if you see the alkaline condition in the small intestine, which facilitate the release of polyphenols from the extracellular matrix. Okay, so while the majority of polyphenols are absorbed in the small intestine only, so the formation of phenolic complexes also hinder their absorptions in the small intestine in some extent. If you go to large intestine, the microbiota metabolizes and deconjugates the polyphenols. So resulting metabolites of polyphenols are then absorbed in this region. Okay, so polyphenols are absorbed in the different stages within the gastrointestinal tract, stomach, small intestine, and large intestine. In each phase, the polyphenol bioavailability, also the digestion, everything significantly varies.
Hello,
The
ma'am.
diet diversity in our day-to-day life, and also preservation, which is focused on food preparation methods, either it is domestic preparation as or industrial preparation. Also, if you see nano delivery systems, like for example, some of the polyphenols are like which is abundantly present in that food, but it has poor water solubility, or it metabolizes very fast. For example, if you see curcumin in from turmeric, or quercetin, resveratrol from pomegranate, EGCG, gallocatechin gallate from green teas, catechins, green teas, lignans, tannic acids. So these are all having very high antioxidant, anti-inflammatory potentials, but it get metabolites very fast. So optimizing processing conditions, like either we can choose mild heat or non-thermal methods are the best solutions. And also food matrix modifications like lipid co-consumptions, so that also some extent it will be helpful. And the most important thing is gut microbiota optimization, how we are maintaining our gut microbiome. For example, it improves like by supplementation, like prebiotics or probiotics in our regular diet, or avoiding antibiotic abuse, like excessive antibiotics also disrupts our microbiota. And combination with other bioactive compounds,
Students,
food
please be
matrix,
maintain
also the
silence.
combination of different food varieties, that also sometimes it affects. And the fermented food consumption, so this is very much helpful, so this will improve the bioavailability of polyphenols. So if you see polyphenols functional food application, and in encapsulation strategies, as a functional food, polyphenols can be fortified through beverages in the form of tea, juice, and dairy drinks, and also bakery products also can be enriched with polyphenols, yogurt and fermented dairy with berry extracts. So these are some of the options for going for novel functional food. And functional bars and confectionaries, so this is also one of the best method. Next, moving on to this encapsulation technologies. So there are many strategies to improve the polyphenol bioavailability, and one of that is encapsulation technology. So nanoliposomes, so which is the one of the technology can improve the stability and absorption of polyphenols, chitosan nanoparticles, which also this technique also will be helpful to control the release of the polyphenol, so that the polyphenol release from the whatever the product functional food we are making, so it will get released periodically. And also beta cyclodextrin complexes, which enhances the solubility, and spray drying technique with some carriers, this also improve the powder stability of the food items, so whatever we are planning. So overall, if you see what is the major research gap or challenges when coming to dietary polyphenols, first of all, lack of universal delivery system. So there is no single drug delivery method. If you see, we have liposomes or nanocarriers which works effectively across all polyphenol classes. So we need targeted researches important to develop class specific or universal encapsulation strategies, so that we can improve the polyphenol bioavailability. And also if you see individual metabolic variability, so there are some studies which lack comprehensive understanding of how individual differences in metabolism, gut microbiota composition, and genetic factors. These are the factors which can affect the polyphenol absorption as well as therapeutic response. Also, sometimes if you see insufficient and long-term evidence like limited consensus on optimal intake levels, gap in long-term intervention studies. So that is very much lacking in our, especially in our country, and incomplete data on degradation products from processing. So these are the things which hinder translation of clinical practice, and also therefore we are unable to rule out the dietary guidelines for polyphenols in our country. If you see the future directions, so what are the possible opportunities in future, what are the major things we have to focus? If you see here, the first point, to accelerate the exploration and research on new material or new source. What are no need to always think about the Western food items. Within our country, it's a regional specific, seasonal specific, many food items, fruits, vegetables we have. So we have to explore all those food items, and we have to get the database. We have to develop the database first of all. Also, then we have to think about how to optimize the preparation progress as well as standardizing the quality. There are different optimization process. For example, we can go for extraction based method, or concentrating the product, drying techniques, or the very good analysis methodology, how sophisticated instruments we are using. Also, we can establish new methods for rapid discovery of phenolic compounds. Like country like India, we have such a very diverse food items and a very different combinations of food we are having. Culturally, we are very different with our food aspect also. If you see here, sophisticated instruments either in the way of separation technique or identification or computer based technique, we have to think about that, and also to study the interaction among bioactive compounds. So that is also one of the your food bioactive compounds are having beneficial effect, but when you take the food, it is a wholesome food which has rich in all the macro as well as micronutrients, right? So how it is going to act, so this is one of the important thing we have to think about it as a nutrition students. And also if you see, to reveal their molecular mechanism, like we have to conduct as much as possible human trials to see their beneficial effects, and also to elucidate the relationship on polyphenols functional mechanism, so that it can be a multidisciplinary approach, like it can be multi-omics, molecular biological techniques, and we need experts from different fields like bioinformatics everywhere. And also this, if we are clear with all these strategies, then it is very easy to find out the bioavailability process, like in what form, if we give the food is getting digested, absorbed, and the tissue level distribution of polyphenols as well as its mechanisms, the pharmacodynamics, pharmacokinetics and dynamics can be ruled out. So if we do these things, then it is easy to maintain a database, as well as we can bring a dietary guideline maybe in future for a public health nutrition aspect for the wellness of the people, because India is the leading country in one of the leading country in for all the non-communicable diseases, most of the diseases if we see. So what is the future directions and perspectives? If you see, we can follow at least three strategies. Targeted drug development. So it is, as I said, it is a multidisciplinary study which enhance bioavailability and targeted delivery. See, this is possible only by drug development for metabolic disorders, or it can be useful for dermatological applications or chronic disease preventions, and moving beyond the dietary supplementation. So it's not only for looking for their positive effects. So what are their effect on dermatology as well as chronic disease prevention? So instead of treating, what are the prevention strategies that we can focus more? And also functional foods for performance, when it comes to athletes or any types of performance. So the development of polyphenol fortified functional foods, of course in market we are having, but still excuse me. Hello? Yes, yes. It will get on. So, for performance based, we have to look for fortified functional foods, also bridging science to practice. So, integrating polyphenol research into evidence based dietary guidelines. So, that is one of the important thing we can think about it, and also public health nutrition strategies and some daily dietary practices. How we can include a different for diet diversity, as well as how we can bring the polyphenol enriched food in our regular lifestyle, and also how it is going to improve our health outcomes across future generations. So these things we have to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. Now I invite Mrs. J. Suguna, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to invite Dr. V. Padmanabhan, sir, Principal, VIAS. Welcome you, sir. And also I extend my warm welcome to Balaji, sir. Welcome you, sir. And I also extend my warm welcome to Sabila Bibi, madam. Welcome you, ma'am, for this valedictory session. And also I welcome each and every one of you for this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very delighted to read my conference report. The International Conference on Biosciences Innovation for Global Sustainability in Health and Environment, ICBIGSHE-2026, was successfully organized by the Departments of Biochemistry, Biotechnology and Nutrition Dietetics at Vivekananda Arts and Science College for Women on 12th Feb 2026 at Srinivasa Mahal. The conference aimed to promote innovative research in biosciences and encourage sustainable solutions for global health and environmental challenges. The technical session provided by e-poster, oral presentation, provided a platform for researchers, academicians, and students to exchange ideas, present findings, and discuss sustainable scientific advancement. On the whole, the number of participants was 570 plus, number of participants in different institutions 50, number of participants in overseas 1, number of e-posters online 20 plus, number of e-posters offline 10 plus, number of oral presentation online 60 plus, number of oral presentation offline 30 plus, number of poster presentation 10 plus. Overall, ICBIGSHE 2026 was a grand success, bringing together scholars, professionals to share knowledge and promote sustainable bioscience innovations. The conference strengthened academic collaborations and inspired future research in health and environmental sustainability. Thank you, one and all.
Good morning, respected guest of today's event, valedictory function, Dr. Sabila Madam, and Dr. Balaji sir, and our respected Honorable Principal sir. Welcome, sir, and all the participants. Now the most awaited event, valedictory session. First, the oral presentation of our college. First prize, Nutrition Dietetics Department. First prize goes to Kanishka, first PG. Kanishka, first PG. Faculties are asked to come on the dais. All the faculties, please come on the dais. Please join the valedictory. Ms. Kanishka, first PG, Nutrition Dietetics. Next, Biotechnology. First prize, V. Vishnupriya, second BSc Biotechnology. V. Vishnupriya of second BSc Biotechnology. First prize from Biotechnology Department. Second prize, S. Logavarshini, first PG. S. Logavarshini, first PG. And one more second prize, Ms. Arini, first PG. Ms. Arini, first PG. Second prize. Second prize. எஸ், அதுவும் செகண்ட் ப்ரைஸ் தான். லோகவர்ஷினி. மைக்ரோபாலஜி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட், மிஸ் பிரியதர்ஷினி அண்ட் தனுஸ்ரீ டீம். மிஸ் பிரியதர்ஷினி அண்ட் தனுஸ்ரீ டீம், microbiology. Second prize, Miss Kritika and Abhidikshita. Miss Kritika and Abhidikshita, please come forward. Next, biochemistry, Sweta and Niveda team, 3rd UG. Sweta and Niveda team, 3rd UG. And Reshma, Sudha and Soundarya, 1st UG. Second prize, persistent agriculture and climate resilience crops. Next, e-poster presentation, nutrition and dietetics. Jyotika, first prize Jyotika, second PG. First prize Jyotika, yes, second PG. Second prize e-poster Chaitra, second PG. Chaitra, second PG. Next, biotechnology, Sri Madhumida and Aisha Siddhika, first UG. E-poster, Sri Madhumida and Aisha Siddhika, first UG. Sri Madhumida and Aisha Siddhika. Second prize, Pradeepa and Dejashwini, first UG. Nanobiotechnology in target drug delivery system. Pradeepa and Dejashwini, second prize. Biochemistry, first prize e-poster, Monisha and Vishwabharati, first UG. And Divya and Deepa, 3rd UG. Divya and Deepa, 3rd UG. First oral presentation, first prize, second prize, third prize. Other college, other college e-poster, first prize, second prize, third prize. அது முடிச்சிட்டு ஆன்லைன் சொல்லணும். சரிங்களா? தனியா வச்சுக்கோங்க.
Oral presentation. First prize, Prabhu M, Bharatidasan University. Second prize goes to Soumya K, PGP College of Arts and Science. Third prize, Shanmugavel, PGP College of Arts and Science. Third prize, Shanmugavel, PGP College of Arts and Science. E-poster presentation online. First prize, Deepak Rajan. Second prize, Suganya J, Pondicherry University of Medical Science. Third prize, Harishma K, Ganga Institute of Health Science. Offline e-poster presentation. First prize, Gokul Raj, Nanda College. Second prize, Kaviyarasu, SSM College. Third prize, Shobhika, PGP College. Again, I repeat. First prize, Gokul Raj, Nanda College. Second prize, Kaviyarasu, SSM College. Third prize, Shobhika, PGP College. Okay.
We welcome the chairpersons of today's event. Sudhamani madam and Bhuvadi sir, please come to the stage. Chairperson, Dr. Sudhamani madam from Pharmacy College and Bhuvadi sir from Pharmacy College. for successfully completing the event today. Welcome, sir.
Participants are kindly requested to share their feedbacks on this conference.
Students, please, outside participants, please share your feedbacks. Only 2 persons from any of the college. Please come here. Any students, 2 students from other colleges? Our college students, please motivate them to come and give us feedback. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Please.
Good evening, everyone. So I am Prabhu. I am from Department of Microbiology, Bharatdasan University. So I thank everyone, especially Prabhakaran sir, for organizing this event. And the topic is more interesting, integrating all the divisions like nutrition and ethics, biotechnology and biochemistry. This was new to me. So this was my first oral presentation. So this was the stage given for my first time. So I am grateful for that. So thank you, everyone. I wish I come here for another next time. Thank you.
Good evening to all. My name K. Jaisankar, JKK Nadaraja College of Arts and Science, PhD scholar. So last time also coming here in international conference, I am attend also last year. This year also I am attend. Today is my wedding day. So a special prize, first prize கிடைக்குமா கிடைக்காது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு பக்கம் நான் உட்காந்து இருந்தேன். என்னுடைய ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் பாரதிதாசன் காலேஜ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ரைஸ் வந்து கிடைச்சிது. ரொம்ப ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸு. ப்ளஸ் மார்னிங்லேருந்து இந்த மதியம் செக்ஷன் வரையும் சூப்பராக வெரி நைஸ் கிளியர்லி எக்ஸ்பிளைன் டு ஆல் த டாபிக் அண்டு presentation also all the students participations very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now I invite Ms. B. Dhansha Devi Ma'am, Head of the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, one and all. It is my honor to propose the vote of thanks for this international conference. I extend my sincere gratitude to our management for their constant support and encouragement. I especially thank our respected chairman and secretary, sir. And I also convey my respectful thanks to our research director, Dr. R. Balagurunathan, sir, along with our principal, sir, and director IQAC, sir, for their guidance and valuable support in organizing this conference. My heartfelt thanks to our honorable chief guests, both online and offline, for graciously accepting our invitation and inspiring sessions that greatly enriched this academic event. I sincerely appreciate the dedicated efforts of the organizing committee, faculty members, office bearers, and the students of the departments of biotechnology, biochemistry, and nutrition and dietetics. I gratefully acknowledge the enthusiastic participation of delegates from various colleges and the faculty members and students from different institutions and states. I also extend my sincere thanks to all the teaching and non-teaching staffs, technical team for their excellent support in managing the hybrid mode effectively. Once again, I thank everyone who contributed directly and indirectly to the success of the international conference. Thank you.
Now, national anthem முடிஞ்ச உடனே we will have a photo session with the guest. சரியா, faculty stay back, take the photo session and then you can go. Hostel students இருந்தால் you can stay back. Other students வந்து national anthem முடிஞ்ச உடனே நீங்கள் கிளம்பலாம், பஸ்ஸுக்கு கிளம்பலாம். இங்கே இருக்க வேண்டியவங்க இருக்கலாம், photo session முடிச்சுட்டு போயிடலாம். ஓகேவா? Thank you.
Let's stand for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे